I assume we're live.
We're live. We are live.
Good.
All right. Good.
You're good. We're all good. Ready to go.
Oh, shit. You black too.
Double black.
Double black.
I want to check one more time to see if I can actually host you.
That shit.
Mr. Altier, how you doing?
What up, Mr. Altier? Up in the house. What's going on,
So we're gonna start here. As soon as man, that's a lot of people on tonight.
Yeah, Friday night. Everybody moved to Friday.
Everybody
It
moved
used
to
to be
Friday.
only like 5 or 6 of us on it on Friday nights, and now. So I mean, I get my normal people that come in here, which is awesome. So I'm not worried.
All right. Nope. Yeah. When I go to share now, it just tells me no. So kick rocks. All right.
We're in the driver's.
So good evening, everybody. So I'm here on PSK's channel at his place. We're going to be doing a little teaching stream. Happy Veterans Day to everybody out there. Thanks, Mr. Altier. So we're going to be working each on a Cyberpunk bust that I had printed for us. And we're going to be using a limited palette to give you an idea of... Oh yeah, we never set your focus. We're going to have to do that.
Get it later. Just up.
That we can fix super easy. Form. Okay, here you go. Okay. We're going to be using a pretty limited palette here. We're going to be using primaries. Man, that is how orange that looks.
But they'll be able to see the real colors once you stick it back over underneath that light.
Well, we'll see. But we're using primaries, one secondary. That's green, black and white, burnt sienna here. And we're going to be walking through this is kind of like the beta of the class that I'm hoping to teach next year at Nova. So as we paint, if you have questions about what I'm doing, about what PSK is doing, please ask. And going to do my best to talk through the process as if I was teaching a group of people. So we'll see how well that goes. And yeah, we're going to get started here. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You got your thinner, you got your brush, you good to go.
Good to go.
All right. So we're going to, for this particular model, we are going to use a kind of a darker skin tone. Darker or lighter skin tones, pretty much the best way to do that if you're using a limited palette is start with your burnt sienna. The reason for that is it's a brown that is warm, and because skin is warm, generally speaking, a live person is going to be warm. Thank you for that, Mr. Altier. And with the colors that we're using, it's a good place to start when we start mixing the colors on our palette to make skin tones. So what we're going to do is, get a little bit of that in our brush here, and we're going to go ahead and cover all the skin with this burnt sienna. I'm going to darken it just a touch with the black because I want it to have a little bit of darker tone to it. And I'm using some student grade oils while PSK is using some Wintons. And we thought a little bit about it and was thinking maybe we would be using the same paints for this, but I realized that if I do teach a class, there's going to be a little chance that everyone's going to have the same paints. So me being able to talk through the usage of different paints is probably a good idea. And also we generally want to avoid kind of the acrylic game of like, hey, make sure you have these paints to do stuff. So I'm going to try to avoid that kind of thinking.
Don't worry about what's going over here.
No, but if you got a problem or a question, you got to let me know so I can.
So my shit looks dark. I ended up using.
Yeah, use way too much black.
I didn't grab that much, bro. I promise you. So,
things to keep in mind. Always mix a small amount first as you're learning your paints. Small amounts, because as you're learning your paints, it's important to see how your paints mix. So as you can do with artist acrylics, you can mix those paints well, but different colors, different pigments have different staining properties, and different paint brands are going to have slightly different amounts of those pigments. Um, so you kind of always want, until you're comfortable with those paints, always mix the small amount first.
Don't be
And
like PSK.
especially when you're mixing black and white, when you're using those colors, and when you're using things like there's certain pigments that are very strong, like the phthalo pigments, and the phthalo pigments and like dioxazine violet, alizarin crimson's pretty strong tinting. Um, replaces the point with different vegetable and olive oils. Eh, eh,
Fuck.
Icklehoof,
Icklehoof in there. He's starting shit
starting
already.
shit. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and like all this back here. We're not going to really worry about the back of the model, but I will, because a lot of this is going to be hair, and there's just like shortcut hair, like skin. It's like to the skin, right? On this particular model, I'm going to still use this same color all back here on the scalp. Don't have to be precise in this step. The beginning of this process, we're just going to make sure that all of the model will have paint on it. So it doesn't really matter what order you do this in. It doesn't have to be super precise. Just make sure that you get the colors that you want completely everywhere, so you don't have to try to go back in and paint it later. I'm going to just kind of do that here. And
Are those arms short sleeve? Is this a short sleeve?
so she's wearing like a tank top, and so we can tackle this in a couple of different ways. Um, and I had meant to ask you about that, so we'll make a decision. I would say we can do, for the sake of making this model kind of interesting, I'd say on the right arm, right? We make the right arm, all of it flesh.
Okay.
Well, the shoulder, this whole shoulder, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So everything, this whole piece here, make that flesh tone. We're gonna leave the bottom.
What up, dubious Jane? Bottom like it's
We're
a
gonna
elbow sleeve, whatever.
we're gonna make that. That's gonna be metal. How come our brush look better cared for? uh, that I can't answer. I mean, these are the brushes I'm using right now. I abuse the hell out of them. And then on the other side, let me take a kind of, let me look here. You can definitely, so thing to, bring it up. Um, you can use garbage brushes for a lot of this process. I use very cheap brushes for about 80% of any paint job I do. It's only when I need to do detail work that I use a brush worth more than like $1. Then I start using things that are worth like $4 or $5. I don't generally use sables anymore. I have some that every now and then, if I feel like giving them another shot, I'll grab them and use them, but they're not super necessary. There's all of that noise. So we're going to do that. Do you want me to pull the chat over?
Nope.
No? Okay.
That's what I was doing on my phone.
Gotcha. Then I'm going to paint this joint here, that same color too. We're going to probably tackle that with a different color, but for now, it's okay to change your mind later. So we're going to make sure her whole arm here is painted. And then let's see.
What are we doing on the other side?
On the other side,
We're gonna do first.
so this is, we're gonna make this a little tricky, but it'll still be completely easily doable. It's just gonna make it look a little interesting. So the upper part of her shoulder here, right? Just this part, where that before that line, make that flesh. So this here, we're gonna have that shoulder is gonna be metal, and then this down here is gonna be flesh. So we're gonna She's cyberpunk, so we're not gonna let that go to waste.
I'm using a bigger brush than Pun. I have issues when it comes to oils to make sure that I get all the places. See me taught me to dab,
Yeah, you got to stab that paint in.
dab it, and make sure I get like all the areas in there. This part, this is like what I.
Oh yeah, you can definitely be messy in the beginning. Now, as we're moving forward, as you get the skin tone down, what color are we going to do her top?
Green.
Green. All right. Do the top green. And we'll figure out some highlights and whatnot.
Are we gonna make this spinal part the thing brown then?
The thing on the back. Yeah, because that's supposed to be her skin, I believe. So let's try that out.
There's some high raised spots, which
Yeah, so this here is her top. All of this here, that's going to be
that piece.
So this is how I'm going to decide to do that, right?
That piece.
We're going to just paint all of that skin color for now. Yeah, because it's more important to get those the recesses. We want those recesses definitely skin colored, and we can always paint on top of it. I see a hoof. Paint oils you don't want to use those expensive brushes anyway. That is actually contra-wise. Here's the thing about oils. How do you keep care? Think about how do you keep care of your hair? Huh? Is it a good idea to have super dry hair? No. You want to have oils in your hair. Linseed oil actually can condition your brush. The reason why you see my brushes destroyed the way that they're destroyed is not because of the oils, it's because I treat them like garbage because they're 15-cent brushes and I'm stabbing paint everywhere. You don't end up with dried paint in your ferrule. Well, so what ruins brushes more or less is paint that gets into the ferrule that dries there and forces the bristles apart. That's generally what ruins brushes.
Something PSK does.
Now, yes, you can like destroy the brushes with friction, like which is what I'm doing because I'm just stabbing the hell out of this stuff. But that's generally what actually destroys. I'm doing the same thing for this part back here too because I want to make sure that all the like skin. Okay, I'm not watching it.
I used a bigger brush.
So we're gonna do that. I'm gonna leave that panel. The panel I'm gonna.
Oh, you left the panel off. I didn't.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'll just color it with it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But that's where we may not even get to that, right? But what I was saying is so because what normally ruins brushes is actually the destroying the ferrule with all the paint in it. The fact that acrylics dry super fast will mean that you'll have paint dried in your ferrule really quick, whereas oils, you're not going to have that problem. Now, that being said, you can also ruin your brushes with you can get paint up in the ferrule with oils if you use too much mineral spirits because it's just going to wick up into your ferrule as if it was when you have water. You do that mess. So I am being probably a little too particular with this, but kind of what we got so far here. All right, so we got that. We are going to clean out our brush a little bit. So not using mineral spirits really. Did you want some linseed for pulling paint out or no?
No.
You're good?
I'm going to continue to use mineral spirits because I clean my brush.
Biscuits do sound good. So what we're going to do next, what are you looking for, your candy?
Don't keep talking.
Is so next we're going to do the top we're gonna do a kind of muted green to start with, and then we're gonna probably try to kick it into a neon green. Unfortunately, Cyberpunk usually does really high saturated, high value colors. Because we're using a limited palette, we're not gonna really be able to get to that, but we're gonna get close. And if later on we want to do final touches, we'll need like a phthalo green to like do super, you know, cyberpunky colors.
One thing.
Not get paint on you. He's
Keep
gonna take a break. What to do? We got this permanent green light in my on my palette here. I'm gonna grab a little bit of that, put it to the side. I'm gonna make it a little muted down. So that's gonna mean that I need just a touch of red in it. And the reason why I'm using red is because I want to drop um, the value, the intensity, not the value. I want to drop the intensity of that green down a little bit without uh, changing the tint of it. So because red is the opposite color of green, we're going to get kind of a kind of muted, more like foresty green. So, and that's what that's going to look like. Now, normally when I paint, I use specific colors that are uh, strong tinting, or otherwise known as staining colors. So this will be a little bit different than my normal work. Normally, if I was using green, I would probably have olive green out on the palette, or phthalo green. In this case, I would probably have phthalo green out on the palette, since it would, at the end, be a little bit easier to tint up the way I want it. But we do not have that on our palette today. We're going to just keep adding a little bit of our green and red together to make kind of a muted green. So it's going to be more green than red. I'm going to keep painting. Again, don't have to be, I'm being way more precise than I need to be. This is supposed to be a class that is going to go quick. So I need to encourage students to go quickly and go quickly myself.
I always pick.
Well, should have done nothing different.
All right, I'm back, everybody. Where we on the green?
Yeah. So take your green, mix. So pull a little bit of that green off somewhere, and then add a little bit of red to it. And the reason why we're doing that is we're going to tone that green down a little bit, because I don't want it to be that bright to start with. We will work up to a brighter green, but because we want to have those darker colors in the shadows, it's better to work up for what we're kind of doing. Hey Blades, thank you for the cheer.
What up, Blades?
For how we generally work
Biddies.
with the medium on, I say we, how I and a lot of other oil painters that paint miniatures, working up from a dark is a lot easier than trying to like work the opposite direction. Mostly because it's hard to get into crevices, so you may as well start with a darker color, make sure they end up in those cracks, and then work from there. So we're gonna, now your green doesn't have to be the exact same value and tone and whatnot as mine, but it should be more muted looking than the permanent green that you are mixing from. Because it wouldn't really make much sense normally for a shadow color to be as bright as permanent green light. Now, of course, we're painting, when we get into talking about hey Buffera, when we get around to talking about object source lighting and all that mess, that kind of changes a little bit. But right now we're worried more about, we're not going to focus at all really on the class with object source lighting. Um, those concepts can be learned with any medium. That's more about a composition thing than a medium thing. However, we are going to focus at least a little bit on light direction in a very general sense on as far as composition. And the reason for that is since we're mixing colors on the model, so that's another thing you can do here, mixing paint on the model. Um, knowing where the light's supposed to be can kind of help guide you with where your darker tones need to be, your darker shades need to be. I mean, um, yeah, so we're gonna just get this green on there, and so it's kind of not a very pretty green. That's okay. It does look quite
Like puke
nasty.
and baby shit.
It is a muted green, but we will. That's just to give us because we're working on a blending layer. Working on a blending layer. Then while you're working on that, I'm going to keep plugging away. And if I get too far ahead, I'll take a quick break to grab myself something. So next, I'm going to work on the hair. We're going to go with a split hair color. We're going to have black hair with a bit of a highlight. And we'll talk about how to go through that. So if you plan your model out well enough in advance, you can kind of avoid some extra steps. But sometimes when you end up not planning and then you end up painting over stuff, sometimes you get happy accidents. The hair on my Astrid looks great, and it's pretty much a happy accident because I painted it, didn't like it, and then after it cured, painted it again, and then painted it again. Um, yeah, it is very olive drab right now, but don't worry, it'll look different after a bit. So for the sake of simplicity, how about this, PSK? You want to just do this whole left side as the highlight? So we'll do this side as black, and then this bit as something
Okay.
else for the sake of
Yeah.
simplicity for the purpose of the class.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to use straight black for this side of the hair. Yeah, so easy enough. I'm going to thin that down just a bit. Be careful when you are thinning your oil paints. It does not take a whole lot of thinner. It's not like water where you need a whole mess of water to thin down your acrylics. You just need a little bit of thinner, just enough to get it into the recesses. So if you have a really stiff paint, the Wintons, for example, can be a bit stiff. You may need to use a little bit more thinner. And by thinner, I mean odorless mineral spirits. Um, you don't need to use turpentine. You don't need to use
Dishwasher liquid.
don't use dishwasher liquid. That will not be your friend. Um, so don't do that. You can clean your brushes out with soap. That's fine. Clean them. Make sure you rinse them really well. But so, so I'm just going to do. I'm going to be a little bit more careful here with the black because I just don't want to get the black into the skin tone. So I'm going to be a little bit more precise. Again, I'm just using a size 6 Royal Langnickel bulk brush.
I got down. I went to a smaller brush.
Yeah.
I use a small.
Yes, Valfera.
Okay.
The colors are drab.
Blah. We in the ugly phase.
We are in the ugly phase, so a lot of this is going to look different. We're starting from somewhere. Starting from somewhere.
But not all cyberpunk is all flashy.
Yeah, there's plenty of grunge. Remember, cyberpunk is punk. Punk is grunge. There's plenty of greasy, oily mess. Go back and look at the old like Shadowrun
Mm-hmm.
stuff. Yeah, some of it's neon, but a lot of it is grungy. We're gonna do black hair here. And a lot of this is just making sure that I'm getting all of this um, paint into the texture of the model, which
Yeah, it's
is
the hair's
the hair's got a lot of nice texture on it, which is one of the reasons why I picked this model.
took you forever to pick.
It did. It did. Well, I couldn't find everything I was looking at was just too complicated or too expensive.
I mean, STL file.
Yeah. Well, it was STL files that I could have the license to
Right,
use. Um, and I got the license to print 5,000 of these if I want.
Decides to paint up PSK and pun up in neon colors.
And Valfera, I know you just messing. And
Also
that's
pulling
perfectly
your
fine.
team teacher, got to learn to deal with the problem students. One of those.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm doing this kind of live. That's why I'm doing it with him. Like because he's a problem student, right? I got to be able to deal with distractions, and I've taught plenty in the past. Not painting, mind you, but I've been teaching off and on for 12 years now.
I am the problem.
So, so yeah, we're just making sure I'm getting this brush deep in here, making sure that there's nothing I got to worry about. And what's nice, because I'm using the darkest color I plan to use on this surface, I don't have to worry about going back in and painting it later. Just it's going to stay that dark. And yeah, as a side, while we kind of chat a bit, remember that PSK's got his Kickstarter going at that link there.
Oh, it worked?
Yeah,
I did something new.
You know, if you haven't checked out his Kickstarter yet, please do so. If he wants to talk about that, he's free to talk about that right now, as long as he's painting while he's talking.
Yeah, everybody, I appreciate everybody that's already went in, purchased your books, found their books. Unfortunately, I lost I got punished because I had to go look at the site.
Oh, you do already?
I
Yeah,
had to
told
last
you.
night because like 3 people asked about, well, how do I purchase an extra book as an add-on? I didn't put that in as an add-on.
Okay.
So I had to go in, and when I went in, I noticed we were already. I was amazed and I was humbled. I went to bed happy, but at the same time, the anxiety, and because I didn't want to see the number.
Couldn't help yourself.
I literally didn't want to. I even told Seth. I messaged Seth and I was, hey, boss man. He just laughed.
It took an hour.
It took. No, actually, this was around.
Okay.
So
Okay.
an hour and a half, right? But a lot of people went in last night and purchased books, and they wanted to buy an extra book, and they couldn't, so I had to go in and fix that.
And yeah, I mean that's understandable. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a copy and I'm going to bring it. I'm going to give it to my wife because she works where she works. They have a library, and we're going to have a copy of your book in their library. Hey, Katie Lou.
Katie Lou who? Lou to the who? Katie Lou who? You need to send me your doggone
thing with the stuff
address so I can get you your stuff. I'm caught up to you. Check me out. Check me out.
All right, so let's put them side to side here. So I will say, here's a thing that I will go ahead and say that I can notice on yours. Yep, where colors are really close. His green actually is a little bit more drab. That's perfectly fine. His are actually a lot less shiny than mine. That's good. My oils are fucking shiny. Double check. So here's the thing, right? And I'll point this out to you while I'm showing the camera. Make sure you get in there. I see plastic in the See that? There's plastic there. And then in your hair, I see gray. So thin your black down just a touch and get in there. Because you don't want to have to go back in and paint it. So make sure, that's why you say you got to stab the paint in. Stab it in. What color is her highlight hair going to be? We're going to do that like a bubblegum pink, or
Blonde.
you want a blonde? Okay. Blonde highlight for that. So so blonde hair takes a bunch of different colors. I'm going to override you on
We're gonna go with red then.
I'm going to override you with that because I do want to have a little bit of high value color on the model.
So let's go with red, so then you can add the pink.
So we're going to go with red. What I'm going to do is, once again, I am going to mute down this red a little bit. So we want to have a little bit of a darker red. Now, I don't want to change the, I want to keep it saturated, but I don't want, so there's two ways you can change a color. Well, right. There's effectively two ways you can really change a color on a limited palette. So if I have my red, I can either increase.
Yo, Monster Den minis.
Hey, Monster Den.
What's going on?
I can add white to make a tint of it. I can add black to make a shade of it, or I can add a complementary color to decrease the intensity of the color. The chroma, the intensity, either same thing of a color. I don't want to reduce the intensity of this red. I want to keep it a nice red, but I don't want it to be as bright. So I'm going to add black to it to make it a more dark red. We're doing great, Monster Den. We're beta testing my class that I'm hoping to teach at Nova. And you know, we'll see. I'm going to bring a couple of these busts with me to Adepticon to see if anybody just wants one, and if we all kind of get together and paint, you know, that might be something we can all paint together, because I think you're going to be there. So let's see, that's maybe a little purple, because that black is a cool black. Maybe a little bit more red to that. Right, and then we're going to see what this looks like. Oh, Monster Den. I don't think we've talked. So me and Monster Den talked about this a little bit last year, and we couldn't get anybody else to get with it. But Monster Den, I've been talking to other people, PSK included here.
Oh, we about to do karaoke?
Karaoke. I know you're down.
Yeah, you know I love you, baby.
So I think we need to I think we need to get a group and go ahead and reserve. There's a Korean karaoke place about 15-20 minutes away. We'll probably have to Uber there because
Mr. Altier's on board.
Well, we're gonna want to go. Private room.
Mr. Altier is on board.
And then yeah, Ickelhoof. Like I said, hopefully I'll be able to teach this at Nova next year, and long-term goal Adepticon. But Adepticon is incredibly difficult to get a slot to teach because it's just such a large con. And there's so many absolutely long-term miniature painters that they know is going to pull a big crowd, and they're going to make a shitload of money from it. Like, it's going to be very difficult for me to get a slot. At Nova, however, should be much easier to do. So I'm hoping to be able to do that. But yeah, well, once we get a little bit closer to Adepticon, Monster Den, we'll probably make like a little chat group, and you know, figure out who wants to go. We'll figure out a day. It's going to be real, like, depending on how many people end up wanting to go, it's going to probably be one of those things where we just make the best effort at getting the most amount of people, but people can go on their own, right?
PSK will go.
But me and PSK are going to go together, and that's kind of how we're going to do it. It's like, okay, whoever wants to come, and we can go.
We're going together. Matter of fact, I think you're going to fly out for me, and I've already been approved.
Okay.
For my pass that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
So I'll be on pass. So I'll Most
Nice.
likely fly out Wednesday night because I can sign out at the close of business on Wednesday,
At like 1600 or 1700 or
whenever the
whatever.
fuck I'm on.
Okay.
Just for the day.
Whenever they say get the fuck off.
Yep. So I'm gonna just get a plane ticket somewhere in the evening time. It's only like an hour flight,
Is it that
2 hour
short?
flight.
Yeah. We changed the time zone, so yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so I'll get there.
Oh, I'm waiting for that too. I don't know. Have you put your oil brush in your mouth yet?
Nah, bro. No,
No. Okay. Because I don't think you're not really a brush licker though.
I'm not.
Yeah. So he's not a brush licker.
Like I'll clean out if when you see me lick my brush in acrylics, I literally clean it all the way. I put it on my towel or the sponge I got, and then if the tip's not pointy enough and I'm working on something, I'm out,
Yeah.
like just the tip. But when I do oils, I don't lick that brush, bro. Monster Den Minis, yo, appreciate you coming in. It's awesome to see you in the stream.
Yeah. All right. So did you paint up a dark red on
No,
your strip? All right.
because
So
I'm fixing all the shit that you said was messed up. So
add,
I'm gonna catch up.
so pull a little bit of your red down and then add just a touch of black to it.
Okay, for the red,
Yeah, for the red and the highlighted the accent hair.
I'm gonna fix. I'll go through now that I got this smaller brush, and that was a thing. He pointed out that I didn't get in all the cracks and crevices it to be, but I was also using a bigger brush, so now I'm just going.
And then I missed some green on my end, so I'm gonna go back in,
Fix your shit.
fix my shit. Um,
Go teach.
and in the actual class, people will people will be welcome to do what they want, right? If there are people who are comfortable with how to paint with their oils, by all means, I'm not going to tell them no. I'm all for people being able to be painting the thing they want to paint, but hopefully, um, the preference would be that if they do that, they know what they're doing, so it's easier to like
Littles is home.
handle it.
Incoming.
Belfair, this was going to be like an intro class. Um,
She's fine.
yeah, so this is going to be the idea for the class will be an intros class. But the idea with this model is people who are quick about the model is how we'll start talking about doing like OSL effects and stuff like this off of the back of the model. So the idea for the class is get everybody kind of on the same page to start with, and then if people kind of like zoom through the steps, they'll be able to move on to OSL and stuff like that.
I don't move faster.
Oh, that's something he never does.
Hello, Mrs. Knucklehead.
Maybe Valfera. So the idea is to have a short PowerPoint presentation before doing this, just to give people a couple of like quick how-to art things. Mostly so we're all kind of on the same page about talking about different things. It will. There's always like the amount of money I would if I wanted to give every student all the stuff that I think they should have, I'd have to charge an insane amount of money to recover from all those costs. So we'll see. All right. The next thing is we're gonna do steel or silver for the metal parts.
Okay.
So mixing that, usually I use a indigo from the tube. We don't have that, right? We're using our limited palette. Now, steel's a cool color, and it's got a lot of whites and grays. So we're just going to mix some of our black and blue. Is there a remote? So I'm gonna test this here. So I would grab a little bit of your ultramarine blue. Grab a little bit of that, and then grab just a touch of black, and then see what that does to your blue. You want
black and blue for the steel.
Okay. Yeah. So you want it to read a little cool, but not blue. Right? So you want to noticeably blue tinted black. So we're kind of mixing our own indigo blue here. Let's see what I got.
Now, y'all notice he's still going on, and this is what he's going to have to do in class, but he's going to have people like me that are going to be a little bit slower with oils.
And I haven't decided yet if I'm going to be painting at all.
Or if you're just going to be walking around instructing.
Yeah. That's I'm still not sure on that. I think it would probably be good for me to paint because it is like the idea if it is a new medium to people. They kind of need to see watch me apply it. I know one of the things I've noticed talking to people that are trying to get into it is they're generally using like way too much brush pressure, or they're using way too much thinner and stuff like that, and they're used to how you screw around with acrylics, and while a lot of it is the same, it takes a little bit of a different touch. Yeah, so that's coming out to be a pretty decent cool black on the model here. I'm gonna just keep covering this with this blue black I made.
I'm catching up. Don't worry about me.
And then and then again, the reason why we're using a limited palette is because I don't want people to feel that there's such a hurdle.
Take your time, please.
To get into the hobby, you can definitely get some decent paint jobs from very little colors. Sometimes we forget that absolutely amazing pieces of art were painted with far more inferior tools. I mean, the Sistine Chapel, they didn't have freaking, perfect ground pigments and, super high, detailed brushes and all of that mess, right? So you can definitely get a lot out of paint with just a little bit of knowledge. On camera, looks like the same color as the hair. It does. It is barely. That's like the unfortunate fact of the matter with
PSK Studios lighting sucks.
Well, part of it's a lighting, but part of it is also these webcams do not have good sensors. They're perfectly fine for what they're designed for. Doing this, where I'm looking at you and you can look at me, and we're all like, "Yep, that's a person." But for true color, they're actually pretty bad. The sensors are just not that great. And like the fact that I put a mid-value red that is like pretty much true red under this camera, and it looked like it was orange, like that alone shows you that the sensors aren't that great. Now, are they perfectly acceptable for what we do for miniature painting? To a point. Well, that's why I use a DSLR for my actual overhead cam.
I have one, but it's garbage. That's why it's used my face.
No, I mean, thanks for bringing it up, because it's something that I probably will have to address. They use document cameras for a lot of the classes, and those are better, but I am not 100% sure how much different. Another struggle with oils, specifically like on camera, is the fact that it's so shiny that it can make it difficult to read the model. But yeah, it's strictly because of just the sensors aren't they're cheap sensors, because otherwise, like, there's a reason why a webcam doesn't cost as much as a 4K DSLR, because the sensor, the sensor, like the lens is one thing, right? The lenses are expensive, but it's also the sensor. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and paint into the metal, like the obviously metal parts that like adjoin the arms.
So we're gonna make those metal.
Yeah, that's going to be
The
metal
joint?
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Inside the joint.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm on the metal now.
Yeah.
Gotta get.
Let's see. Was there a reason you went flesh color on the metallic on the back? The reason I did this is because actually a lot of this is flesh. What I'm going to do is one, in the class we're probably not going to touch it, but since you brought it up, I'll say since I'm painting this, when I go to wipe all of that away, it'll still leave the flesh tone in all the cracks where the flesh will be, and then I can paint over it with the metal color that I want. It's just easier to get the skin tone into those crevices doing the thing I did.
That's a good question, Val.
That is a good question. All right.
Keep them coming. Good questions.
So that's pretty much, and that's the same reason why, like right here, it's still brown, because I'm going to wipe that off and then I'm going to get into it. Yeah. So we're pretty much kind of prepped, ready to go. I'm going to let this sit for just a moment while I walk around the class and see how everybody's doing. And while he catches up, I'm going to go grab myself something to drink, and then we're going to get to the next step of this.
I didn't know you were wiping away. You had gone away from that on recent streams. Yes, he has. And I, when we talked about him doing his class vow, I told him that for the basic oil painter, that is a step that's one, I think is needed, and two, for me as a basic oil painter, I do to support him. It's also a fun part. Like, especially if you're an acrylic painter, you get to be messy as hell, and then you get to wipe it all off, and you're like, oh, wow, look at what it looks like now after I wiped it off. And you get to do that whole mixing of the paint with your sponge too at the same time. So like if you want to do put some of this red over into the black and vice versa where they meet, you can do that with the sponges and stuff like that. So for me, that was something that I learned from him. And when I seen him stop doing it and we talked about the class, I was like, you gotta teach them the same way you taught me to do my very first bust. It came out like phenomenal. He had a model, I had a model, same different models, but the same paint like we're doing now. And I painted a, you look on there, my very first paint bust on my socials, you'll see the Uncle Sam bust. That was painted with oils in one stream with him. Then we came back later and touched up the skin tone. And then we ended up giving that away to somebody that donated $300.
Yeah. So it is something, Valfaro, that I don't do as much. I still do it occasionally. It depends on what I'm doing. But yes, for this class, because it is freeing, it is incredibly freeing just to be able to slap paint on a model and then like get something out of it instead of having to worry about how precise, how careful you are with your paint job. This is only going to, like, chances are this is going to be a 1 or 2 hour class. We don't got time to like do careful work, right? So it's going to be, hopefully I can, like, ideally this would be like a 3 or 4 hour class. Chance more than likely it'll end up being a 2 hour class. If we can just get paint slapped on models so people can just learn the process, that's going to be the most important part. And doing it this way is going to probably be a lot easier than asking people to paint lines. So Belly, hello.
What'd you do on the back of your head? What up, Belly?
That's what I did on the back of my head.
Get that, and then
Yeah.
I get.
All right,
And I'll come in.
So yeah, that's pretty much how we're approaching this. Yeah, and of course, because we are using a limited palette, because we are doing this quick, you know, we're not expecting perfection here. We're not expecting you know, anything other than learning a bit about how this process works. So take a look at the difference between our stuff here. I like his green more than mine. Part of that is these oils I'm using are super oily. So his actually will probably be a little easier to work with. Um, our skin tones are pretty close, close enough for anything, any work. The blues also same deal. Um, so I'm happy with what I'm seeing. I do think that the cardboard helps dry, like make it look a little less matte, because that's part of it too. I'm just let me know if it starts getting like really difficult to work with those paints, because I need to know for the sake of if I want to use cardboard for the class, right?
I've if I come back tomorrow, I can still use the same paints that are on there.
Okay.
But after the third day, I got to get a new piece.
All right, because it like because with the what's it called, the Moon Knight, I used cardboard, but look how shiny he is. He's crazy shiny, right? The white isn't, but that black and that red is crazy shiny. Anything I mix titanium white in is fine. Everything else is super gloss. Uh, so, eh. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Um, get myself something to drink, and then we will wipe off some of this paint, and then we're gonna start using our flats to start getting this looking closer to what we want it to look like.
Are we going to use sponges now?
So we are now going to do a thing that is anathema to a lot of acrylic painters. We're going to be using some sponges to pull off some of this paint. Now these are makeup sponges. Get them at CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Amazon, whatever. Get the latex free ones. The ones with latex have a different texture to them. I just don't like them. You can use these or mascara shaders, mascara things. Yeah, what he's showing there. If you want to be a little bit more precise, but you can always cut these down pretty small. So you might ask, like, why are you pulling paint off your model? There's a couple reasons. One, so look at the hair, right?
We're going to start with the hair or the
We're going to start with the hair for the hell of it, right? So hair is nice and textured. Because generally speaking, when we're painting, right, the darker stuff's going to be in the crevices and the shadows. So if we take one of these sponges and we just use a little bit of, not a light touch, you don't have to go hard, you'll get a bit of more paint pulled off with the mascara sponges than this. But if you do this, you notice now I'm pulling paint off of it, and kind of hard to see on the camera, but you're going to start seeing your primer through there. Now that actually reminds me, your primer color matters. When doing most of your models, you're going to want to do at least a medium value color. I would go as as high value as you're comfortable with priming, because you want, the higher the value of the primer, the brighter that your hair, what you're doing is going to look. So you see, it doesn't show up super well on the camera here. You see now it doesn't look like it's a flat black there.
This to me is like one of
This is a lot of where the magic of the oils kind of like shows through here. And man, I see a spot now that I got a little.
You missed some shit.
Well, it's all the way up in her hair there.
All up in there?
Yeah, it's all up in there.
Demons. See, he said all up in there. All the way.
All the way.
To the wall.
Yep. All right, I'm just filling shadow in there.
Demon Seed finished my statement. For oil painting, batch painting, anything, whether you're doing oils or acrylic, you need to start with color that's going to be the main color of the majority of the model. So like when I get ready to batch paint this army for this guy, one of my veteran brothers, I'm going to the blue. I will do Lullaby Blue first over everything. So that's the main color. And I don't care if it gets everything.
And because I don't really care, so there's a couple things you can do. One, Valfera, I know it's a joke. You don't get my deadpan it sometimes, I think. Um because I don't really care about mixing colors between the black and this like blue gray or blue black, I'm just going to keep using the same sponge. You can actually use the sponge to do a little bit of color mixing if you choose to. I won't say that's an advanced technique because I mean you'll do it by accident. It's not like a thing that you really have to try, but to do intentionally to like mix your colors, that may just take a little bit of forethought on your part. Um, Now, one of the things that you might run into, which I may be running into on this model, is that if you prime a little too slickly, it's a little too glossy of a prime, you may have issue with your paint kind of pulling off a little too easily. But that's okay. I'll fight through it. Hopefully, when I do this, I'm not going to
So here's my question: the
um,
student grade stuff is more expensive or cheaper than one?
the stuff I'm using
Yeah,
is cheaper.
it's
Yes,
cheaper.
it
Okay.
is. It is incredibly cheap. I bought it kind of as a test case. I'm using Lucas Studio and Soho Urban, which are about $12 for a 200 milliliter tube.
Mhm.
So a tube that is 10 times as much paint as a normal tube of paint. So we're going to hold this up here in front of me or on the camera here. So normal, this is a normal size painted tube paint size, 37 milliliters. Sometimes it'll be 40, sometimes 35. Here's this gigantic 200 milliliter tube of paint. Now this was, like I said, about $12 for this tube on sale. Um, Now, would I suggest people eschew using Winton's or another higher quality starter set and instead get the cheap stuff? I mean, that's the Wintons are still fairly cheap. I would say for a starting painter to still use those over the Wintons, especially when you're starting out. The cheaper stuff you have to fight a little bit more to use. I'm using also bought them because I want to start doing some canvas paint stuff, and you got to cover uh, a huge area on a canvas, right? So I wanted to get some cheap stuff to kind of do like all of my like base work, groundwork on a paint. And yeah, it's definitely a lot less pigment in those paints. The reason why it's cheaper is because there's far less pigment. Um, and it also, they're not going to mix the higher quality paint you buy, the more pigment is going to be in those paints, and the cleaner they're going to mix. And because we're going to be mixing on our models constantly, uh, it's actually important to have good quality paints. Um, any artist brand, honestly, is fine. It'll take a little bit of testing on your own to decide which like consistency you like. I personally have really started to like the Schminke Norma series, but I like gambling. I find Winsor Newton's artist oils a little too stiff. They're kind of meant for a slightly different type of painting, more like impasto than what we don't really want texture on our models, right? So we want a little bit of softer paint. But that's all up to individual users. Um, the paints that I am using right now are fairly soft, but they are very little pigment in them. So, um, yes, they actually are pretty close. And the thing that actually brings up a good point, Ickelhoof. Oils dry exactly as you see them. They do not darken like acrylics do. The only way that your paint will change color now, the 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 um the really cheap oils, if they're using cheap linseed oil, they might yellow a little bit in like decades. But as far as like as it dries, the only thing that's going to happen is it'll matte down a little bit, maybe probably not that whole lot, but the color should not change at all because oils don't dry; they oxidize. And when they oxidize, they don't do anything chemically that changes those pigments. Whereas with acrylics, just the way that acrylic binder works, it will generally darken that the way that those pigments are perceived. So we're going to keep pulling paint off. So go at your own pace there, PSK. Um, I'm not super worried about the green. I'm pulling off separately. I'll do that, and then the flesh and the red part of the hair I'll do as another thing. Now, keep your shadows. You don't have to pull off as much paint in the shadow portions as you do on parts that are going to catch a lot of the light. Um, and yes, some of the brands have like paper labels that are literally the paint that they've just put on there. Like these here, the Wintons,
I really like these.
the color is going to be close, but the only major thing with the ones that are printed like this is it's not going to be opaque like this. Uh, well, any artist grade paint, the opacity of those paints is going to depend on the pigment. So that is something to like get used to with oil paints is um a lot of pigments are actually transparent, and learning kind of how to work with that does take a little bit of a learning curve, but not, I wouldn't say PSK that was terrible.
No, it was so. So for me as a student, I still consider myself a student. That's why, like when I do oil paintings, I like to be present. I do oil paintings to support him, but it was not. This is the fun part, like being able to just throw paint on, and then you grab a sponge and you wipe stuff off. Like it's very fun. Like for an acrylic painter who does everything majority in acrylics, like I just have fun with it. And yeah, I can make some stuff messy or looks bad, but then like you go back in later on and you start like painting more deliberately and trying to make stuff, and then you start seeing things come to light very slowly. And I think that made me appreciate the ugly phase of my acrylic painting.
Yeah, yeah, this definitely will be a ugly piece for a while, and anybody who's kind of watched me paint, you may notice that, like, man, my models look like just a train wreck for about an hour or two into the process. And so you see how when I'm pulling off, uh, even though I'm rubbing this paint off, it still kind of stains the primer, and that is just some of the pigment left behind, and we're going to be using that as what in the actual canvas painting world is called a ground. And portrait painting, almost, if it's doing a normal portraiture, it's pretty much inevitably they're going to be grounding the entire canvas with burnt sienna, just like we're doing here, which is why I picked that color. It is the kind of go-to ground color for doing portraiture, and like a bust is pretty much a portrait. It's a 3D portrait, of varying complexity, mind you, but it's a portrait.
BSK, what's up? Squirtle, 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 Squirtle. I'm in class, Squirtle. You get me in trouble.
And that red actually really shows you how much difference it is once you rub it off.
I ain't even got to the red yet.
Yeah.
I did the black, the blue, and now I'm working on the skin tone.
Yeah, you're good. But I'm just commenting how much, a little harder to see with the black, but here on the red you can see just how much all that red is still in there, but we got the primer showing through that I've pulled that off, and that's going to really make it easier to paint a higher value. If this was primed black, it would be hard to see where you pull the paint off, and because those oils are transparent, like I've mentioned, because they're transparent, you kind of want to have that luminosity through the canvas. There's a reason why canvases are painted white, because having the light will pass through those paints and reflect off the white, and will make those colors look a lot more vivid. If all your paints are opaque, you're going to lose that that white.
Undercoat.
And I'm not going to pull out any ruler on. I trust that we've had the discussion. He already knows what he needs to do. He already knows.
Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle. You hear this, Squirtle? Doggone Val already trying to get me put in the dunce hat. Time out chair.
So yeah. And then it's off here.
So do I spit on the model when it don't work? And you get it to move around?
You spit on the
Yeah,
model?
and then get a
Yeah,
brush
no,
to move
no
it.
spit blending on oils. Like strangely enough though, like when I was painting that Brooklyn model, right?
Mm-hmm.
I painted the freehand with the acrylic.
Mm-hmm.
And strangely enough, it seemed like I could just paint into. I need to test this, but it seemed like I could just paint into the oils, and the oils would just like push out of the way of the brush.
They do. They do. That's
Yeah, as long as they were still wet.
so wet, and then the other thing is when they're dry. Even when it's dry, it's like you can carve into the oils with the acrylic paint
Yeah,
to make it look the way.
I need to mess around with that more.
Did it with
Because if I could just literally just like while it's wet, I can just grab my acrylics and paint down and not worry about it like coming off, then
so the dark green is acrylic and the graffiti is acrylic.
you wait for that to dry before you did it, or you just like it was wet? Because I know you can paint over it for sure.
It was dry for maybe 3 days before I did the graffiti,
Yeah.
and then the dark green it was fully dry.
Well, no, I mean that is absolutely true. Like you can paint acrylics over it because once it cures, it's like painting over a primer like anything else. But when I did that freehand, it was like immediately.
Super wet.
It was like, her chest here, right? I was like
Wet.
painting. I put the acrylic on first
Mm-hmm.
and then painted around it with oil, but then I went to touch it up with my black and I was able to just paint into it and it seemed to work.
I mean that's
And like you've seen the piece, like
yeah.
it looks perfectly fine. But I need to try it on a larger scale to see maybe what I did or what can work.
What can work?
Yeah, that way I can actually like say, hey, you can just paint acrylics right into your oils and it's fine. I don't want to say that. Don't do that. I mean, do it, but don't expect it to work.
Right.
By all means, experiment. Almost every piece that I paint, I try something that I haven't messed with before. Because if you don't try things new, you'll never learn, right? So I generally try to do something new every time that I sit down to paint. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently, I don't know if we got kicked out there for a minute, but it just whatever. Twitch is being Twitch.
No. Hey, mic check 1 2. Can y'all see us? Can you still see us? Give Pun a meter stick. A meter stick.
Ruler. Thank you.
Oh. Listen. Pun gives me enough crap as it is and be on my ass all the time. I don't think I need a ruler stick. Like y'all don't hear the conversations that we have, and usually no, too much. That's like I think that's like his number one saying to me.
Yeah. Slow down.
I get told no a lot. It's like I'm a kid right now.
Yeah. It still says we're streaming. Can we get a verification from the live studio audience? Okay. Yes. All right. There we go. All right. Oh, that's right. You could just punch there. All right. Yeah. So just let me know when you feel like you're done with.
Did
step
you
two.
already wipe all your stuff off?
Yeah. I can talk and do this.
All right. I'm almost done. I just got to do the green because the hair is not gonna take me long. I'm gonna use the brown I'm gonna use the brown brush, brown sponge.
Okay. So this is kind of what the model will look like after step 2, which we're kind of the sponge off phase, the wipe off phase, whatever you want to call it. So this is what the model looks like. You can see that this might actually be super useful for things like terrain or vehicles, an oil wash, because effectively we've made an oil wash. It's a bit thicker, right? We didn't thin it down to a super liquidy state, but you can grab a starter set. Hell, you can just grab like ivory black or burnt umber and like just do an oil wash over your model. Take a sponge, wipe it off, and you'll have the recesses all darkened as if you put like a acrylic glaze or a
I'm actually thinking
What's it called?
wash.
Yeah, so like a GW wash, right? But it's going to be more pigment, and it'll actually seep into the cracks better because you can thin down oils more than you can thin down acrylics because oil is thinner than water. You can actually use it for do pen line washing and stuff like that too.
Keep up, soldier. I got you, Belly. Yo, Belly, I do this very like he knows that's why he's using me as his guinea pig because
Yeah.
he knows I go slower than him. So it's also gives him like, all right, so how many people in my
Well,
class?
I would hope that my students go slower than me in class, right?
Right. And that's the good part because then you can put your model down,
Yeah.
walk
Walk
around
around.
and check us out and see where we're at as we're doing it. Hey, no, don't do that. Next one. They're giving me shit.
Yeah, they're giving you shit. And I would probably paint this a little quicker in an actual class because time is of the essence. I would not be nearly as precise with my brush work.
Just a little bit, Belly. Just a little bit. So, however, I guess it's kind of wrong too, expecting that where this model's going afterwards.
Attention to detail.
I know.
Attention to detail is important.
Oh man.
So
right. I'm ready for the next step.
You're ready for the next step.
Yeah,
okay.
because I'm almost done.
So what we can do, what I normally like to do once I've done this step is I usually will work on the skin. Generally speaking, when you're painting a bust, there's generally a lot of skin. When you're painting a portrait, there's generally a lot of skin. Normally a portrait, mostly the face, right? And faces are the most important part of a model. Hold on, you interrupted my...
Your statement?
Oh,
or your drink?
My attempt to drink. So here's kind of what we're looking at, the differences here. So actually, the only reason why there's much of a tint difference between these two models in the face is because I had actually primed mine with a flesh tone from this side of the model. I had forgotten to do that for his, or rather, yeah, I did not. I had not done that for his model, but that's okay.
I also have my model,
and so you can still use like the zenithal or directional lighting approach that people suggest doing with acrylics. Because if you see here, like we're using pretty much the same paints. You can see the difference in tint from a straight gray, medium gray primer. This was just gray Stynylrez, and you know, if you look on this side, similar, right? Much more similar colors. But I also hit this side with the flesh tone from Stynylrez, and it definitely has a different tint to it. You could kind of help yourself out with some zenithal highlighting or directional highlighting with another paint. You can underpaint with acrylics if you want. Before you do any painting with oils, you can go ahead and do like what's called now slap chop, but it's just freaking dry brushing values. It's grisaille. You can do grisaille on your model and then go in with your oils, and the transparency of them will actually work with that grisaille a lot more than acrylics will. So we're gonna go from here, and we're gonna start working on skin. Now we are gonna keep the skin tone somewhat dark. In the class, I'll probably do, like, the fact of the matter is probably more people that are light skinned than dark skinned that'll be taking these classes. We'll probably do a more muted, more Caucasian skin tone. But for this purposes, because not a lot of people do classes where I actually teach, maybe I'm changing my mind. Maybe I'll just don't want to force them,
make them do it,
force them to paint a darker skin tone for once, to teach them to actually like how to do it, because so few freaking tutorials ever talk about how to paint dark skin tones. Not even dark skin tones, just not white, just not this.
Not you,
right. Not this, right?
Not me, Mama.
Right. Not me. So that may be the way we go in the class.
Everybody in this street say yes. Do it.
One person said, but but either way, that's probably a good idea. Because if you took a cross sample of the general mini painting population, it's going to be Caucasian. However, people should be comfortable painting any skin tone, and especially like even when you get to fantasy stuff, blue skin, red skin, green skin, etc. Knowing how skin should work is important.
8-bit.
I mean,
Holy shit.
there's not a lot, right? I mean,
I'm trying.
Malev is
Yeah, Malev.
Malev. Splinter Brush is
Splinter.
He's can't remember. He's Indian native. He's native Canadian. But yeah, mostly white guys.
We're gonna break that up.
So we're gonna try to for the sake of trying something different and making
I was
people
like,
try.
no.
We'll try to keep the skin tone on the darker side. Now there is a slight difference that you do have to consider when doing this. Underpaint, same. You can still use burnt sienna, and like, yeah, burnt sienna is fine for dark skin tones. You can do when you kind of branch out from basic steps, basic paints. You can do, a little bit different than that. For example, my which one?
Which one of my house? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
So I've painted a couple of darker skin tones where I've used like kind of more like of a purple in the skin for like the shadows and stuff like that, right?
And
And
that's
that's
the thick chick on the
yeah,
throne.
yeah. For some of the Kingdom Death stuff that I've done, it you can do like people who do Caucasian skin will have like super saturated red shadows sometimes, right? But we're gonna, for the sake of this class, we are gonna kind of stick more towards a traditional portrait. So we're not gonna have like really saturated shadows and kind of off color highlights and stuff like that, for the sake of simplicity of the class. So this is gonna be a little bit of a challenge for me to do without my other paints, because I usually go to some other paints for this kind of a thing. So let's see what we can do here. I'm going to put this brush off to the side because I don't need it.
We're working on skin tone,
so we're going to do skin first, right? And I like to use flats for a lot of my work when I can. I wish I would have brought a size 4.
There's a whole bucket right there. The black.
If I have one, I'll use one of mine.
But the throwaway 2-cent brushes.
Right. Let's see. Hold on. That's the same
Hey
size.
I literally went and bought all these different brushes, so when he comes over, I have stuff.
Therefore, when I don't have a brush with me, I got a size 4 with me, so I'll use a size 4. All right. So got a size 4. So we're going to mix up a skin tone. Now, this is going to be a part of the class that is not going to be exact across everybody, right, even if I have them do darker skin tones, right?
Correct.
Because everyone can
participate or not.
Everyone can decide on kind of which kind, like the exact tone isn't important, right? Now, it probably is, Icklehoof. With Caucasian skin, it is actually a bit easier to do, at least in my experience, until I get more comfortable with it, to do Caucasian skin, simply because you can pretty much just add white into your burnt sienna, paint it on the model, you got Caucasian skin. Maybe add a little bit of your red back in on the cheeks and stuff like that, on like, parts of the hand where it's, more red, good to go. With darker skin tones, you don't quite have that much peach in it. You have more kind of like a warm yellow to it. So we're going to use a little bit more of that in the skin tone. So having people mix their paints, remember, you are going to be mixing on the model itself. So because we're mixing into darker paint, realize that when you start applying that paint to the model, that it will be darker than what you're going to have on your paint. So just keep that in mind. So mix what you would like. What I would suggest you do, since you've completely destroyed your burnt sienna, give yourself some more burnt sienna back on your palette, and then mix a little bit of yellow and red into it, because you're pretty much making it orange, like making it a little bit orange. And then then use your white to increase the value of it. Now here's where I'm going to frustrate PSK here. We're going to, for the sake of the class, we're going to have the light coming straight on the model. straight ahead. So what that means is that the center of the face is going to be your brightest values, and the value is going to fall off as it goes towards the ears. Okay, with it falling off more drastically on the side that has the hair. So you can kind of pretend, you can think of it this way, and this is what helped me visualize it. Pretend that everything is non-metallic metal.
I don't know. Non-metallic what?
Non-metallic metal, you know, the thing that
PSK don't paint non-metallic metal.
okay, but you understand what cylinders look like, right?
I mean, it's a certain cylinder, y'all. You know them cylinders, I understand.
Okay. All right. Well, either way, so the center of the face is going to be the highest value, and then any plane as it moves away from directly center, you're going to darken a little bit. Now, anything that kind of sticks out, like the below the eyelid and stuff like that, you're going to want to push the value just slightly. You can do this in steps. It doesn't have to be done all at once, but this is all going to be one layer. There's no layering with oils unless you wait for them to cure and then you paint back over it. So as we're painting, we're just painting and blending on the model as if we were mixing paint on a wet palette or on a glass palette or whatever palette. So I'm going to sit here for a moment and try to mix up a skin tone that I like. That is going to be on the darker side. So I'm going to grab my burnt sienna again, make a little pile on the side here. Unfortunately, we didn't really have the space to do a like. Actually, you know what? While I'm mixing the paint, maybe I'll just put this underneath to kind of show what I'm doing. We'll do that.
I sort of showed them what I did, but
so we're going to do that. I'm going to grab a little bit of white here, and you see that actually kind of makes a pretty decent highlight color as it is for a darker skin tone. I want to add a little bit of yellow though, and I'm not super that I'm still kind of learning these student paints on how to better use them. So it might be a little bit back and forth. And if you're a super meticulous painter, you can kind of do all your color strings in advance, all your like mixtures, and plan this all in advance. But sometimes ain't nobody got time for that, right?
nobody got time for that.
So I'm gonna add a little bit more white to that. Let's see. Well, we're going to be doing non-metallic metal on this model. Now, if students in the class aren't comfortable with it, you know, you can leave it be. You can always paint over it with acrylic metals later if you'd like. But we're going to show you how easy non-metallic metal can be with oils in this class.
I have done non-metallic metal before, y'all. This is why he was giving me crap. It's over there in that box. The claw.
The claw.
So this is non-metallic metal.
Ooh, that is super red, man.
Orange, bro. About to come.
Okay.
The black, this yellow, brown, orange, whatever. Like, it's for me. Non-metallic metal on this is just like alternating the colors and the dark and the light. And I just did it to like what looked cool for me. So throughout here, there's different things that would make it look different textures of metal. Me, when I do it, I just played around with it until I got something to I like. And then when I was like, oh, I like it looking like that. And then that's what I did.
Is that glass picture frame? Yeah, so this is literally just I bought the cheapest. I think this is a 8x10 frame I could find at Michael's, and I primed the underside of it with a flat gray, and I use it as a palette. You can go to Michael's, and so like a lot of people have palettes, right? The sealable clamshell palettes for whatever. You can go to Michael's, you could have them cut you a piece of glass for I think it's $7,
Put it in.
and just stick it into your dry palette and use it as a glass palette. You don't have to buy anything special. I would suggest priming the backside of it so you can. The reason why I do a neutral gray is because it lets me judge a value, right? Lets me judge a color and a value. If I know that this is a mid-value gray, I can judge if it looks that it's brighter than the gray, then it's brighter than medium value. If it's darker than that, then it's darker than a medium value. It just helps me visualize stuff, and I'd highly suggest anybody. So you see, I mixed this color here, kind of a peachy tone. Definitely not super bright. Not like you see how white my face is on this camera. Not going to be this white. We're going to start with this, and we're going to see how that looks on the model. Keep that over there. Start. I like generally to try to test if I'm not 100% sure what this is going to look like. I like to test it on not the face. I like to pick another piece of skin. So we're going to do the shoulder here. Now I'm going to be holding the brush kind of far back and using a pretty light touch here just to kind of see what happens to the skin. And let's see.
Guys, not understand non-metallic metal reflection. So Val, so like the non-metallic reflection stuff that everybody does in miniature models, it looks pretty, it looks nice, and some people like that style of painting. And that's like just there. I don't like that style of painting. I've done it on another model, but I just, yeah, I mean, if you don't like it, then you don't do it.
I mean, so the heavy metal style of non-metallic metal is nonsense. It can look good. Not saying that it can't look good, but it's not real. It's light doesn't work the way that it works that they show on a lot of those models.
Wear earrings?
She does have earrings, yes. No, but don't. I mean, there's earrings on the model, so. So I think the skin tone looks all right.
Too light.
Too light? Well, we'll leave it for that'll probably be the highest bright as it'll go.
That'd probably work.
Yeah, I think that'll be as bright as that'll go.
So this skin tone is something if I was painting this, I would be using because I would cheat and I would not sit here and mess with this. But as a student, it's rough. But I would use my.
Yeah, you got like permanent rose is a good color for
yellow ochre.
Yellow ochre actually is a good color for darker skin tone highlights. Maple's yellow.
Yep, I mix all that with red. But this is kind of cool. So I took my initial skin tone and I mixed the yellow in it until I got a brighter color. And then I took some red and I mixed the red into it until I got orangish color. Like you said, look for orange. So for me right now,
yeah, now that's very dark. I mean, I'm not going to tell you it's wrong because it's not wrong. People have skin tone that is in that direction.
Don't get light because this is how I like.
Yeah.
But now you make me mix.
Yeah.
And it got me. I can't do.
But we were talking about it, so
I know. I'm doing it.
Doing it
didn't mean I can't bitch. Seth bitches too. Okay.
Yeah, and Valfera, how light falls, I struggle with that too all the time. Like I can blend non-metallic metal all day, but getting it to look natural, I really struggle with. And I think a lot of it just comes down to having to observe stuff more than anything else. Ooh, that light is.
You're about to be blown. There you go, Echo.
So his skin tone is a bit more orange, but he's going to work up from that a different way. I'm kind of doing as minimal steps as possible. I just know how I have a better grasp on how what paint I have mixed with what paint's on the model, what it's going to look like. And that just comes with experience on like mixing your paints.
I promise you, somebody in his class is gonna like what I'm
Yeah.
right now, and he's gonna have to walk over there and add. So this is where I'll get to, and I'll fumble around with it, and then I'll finally be like, all right, what color do I need to add to this to make it look? Add this to it, and I add it to it, and then next thing you know, I'm done with Intel.
We're gonna.
But this is where I always start off with darkest, because like our skin has orange in it and
Yeah,
red,
there's more yellow
right?
and orange in it than Asian skin.
We all have more
Yeah,
skin.
there's definitely gonna be more blues, more magenta. Um, yeah, my then what I'm gonna do here, and I found that I'm more kind of more comfortable doing it this way. Is I got like a general skin tone here.
Nicholas said, with that theory, should I use black coffee to humor it's darker?
Yeah, why not?
Why not, Ickle? Listen, my humor is always in the
All right. And what I'm gonna do here, so I got this color for the skin. I'm gonna go back and try to reinforce some shadows. Now, because I want my shadows to be more desaturated and darker.
make a purple red, or red and blue.
Well, I'm gonna first my first step. I'm gonna grab a little bit of black. I am gonna make this darker. Right. I want it to be a darker color, a shade or shadow. So I'm gonna add black. Just make it a lower value, a darker color. And I want to desaturate it just a little bit. So there's a lot of red in this, more red in here than anything else really. So probably the best way to desaturate that skin tone is going to be to add, well, the opposite of red is the mixture of the other two primaries, so blue and yellow, which is green, right?
Green on your palette.
So I got that's one of the reasons why I have green on the palette. There actually is a lot of, if you look at a lot of classical portraiture, you'll notice it a lot green. Then there used to be they used to do underpainting with green. It was wasn't called grisaille because that's gray. It was called, I'm blanking on it. There,
These nuts.
no, it wasn't called that either.
I got him, y'all. I got him.
Um,
Icklehoof says, I'm sorry, your humor is only green tea dark. You need to bring it up to double shot
double
of
shots.
espresso.
All right.
Icklehoof, I told you this is not. Yeah, I'm quiet. I'm. This is one of the time now. Sig Gnarly was here with us. Oh shit! It'd be gang. Pun would be fucking losing his shit right
Yeah, I wouldn't be teaching the class.
now. He would definitely not be teaching the class. And then we got to take this video. Took you too damn long. It didn't take too long. I basically said it as soon as he was saying it.
All right, and this is what I'm going to show you real quick what I've done here. So I've taken the skin tone that I mixed and put on the model. I grabbed some of that and stuck over here. And again, unfortunately, because these camera sensors aren't super great, so I took some of my green, which, man, look at the difference between that green on the camera and the green. Oh, let me hop in real quick to
Go to the app.
the app.
Yeah, go down.
Auto white balancing.
Keep that on. Go down to the chroma key.
Key.
And then you can adjust those. Pick the green key if you want.
No, that's for doing the background thing.
Or the image settings. One of those
There
two.
we go. Maybe.
It's one of those two. I messed around one day and I got something a little cool. But then I was like, nope, turn stuff off because next time.
We're gonna try to make this look more.
We spent like an hour.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't be doing this during the middle of the class, but we're gonna do real
Sorry, we
quick.
can edit it out. That's why it's recording, so we can go through and edit
Yeah,
it, and we
let's
get
see.
with the aid.
Advanced settings are just horizontal flip and vertical flip. Come on
Yeah.
now.
Simple, man. Simple. Keep it simple, because sometimes I like to. Hey. All right. And it's to you almost 2 hours to get him. No, I got him a couple of times, Val. I just didn't say it out loud.
Man, the green looks so. That green is like a like high value. It's like green screen green that's on the palette. Right, but like that trying to get this freaking camera to read that is pretty freaking crazy.
Does not. I need. I need some point. I will tell
No,
everybody
we're not going to keep fighting that.
if
We're
we
gonna move
if
on.
we if we bank out from the Kickstarter all of the any profits, if I make any profit, going into stream equipment. But I'm still working a second job because the goal is to use that too, so I can go to Adepticon, possibly send Littles and come back home, the plane tickets, and then also start buying.
Maybe too dark.
But if not, up, I think getting a new desk. I want an L.
Yeah.
I need to get an L.
Yeah.
I think all of us are.
Yeah, I mean having a good workspace is super.
Now this is cool because I have the long table, and when Pun comes over, we can do this. But when I have the L-shaped desk, I can sit on one section, Pun can sit on the other section. We can take both the cameras and just hook them up to whatever I already have set up, because those I can take all the doors on stuff off, and everything can be just hooked up and jacked up.
The Sig is busy doing a speed paint model.
Correct. Stig does have his speed paint model. Already did mine.
Okay. So if you see what I'm doing here, right? I got my like shadow tone because we're going to pretend, for the sake of this model, we're going to pretend there's pretty much no light coming on the back, coming from the backside. We're going to get that more desaturated skin tone pushed into here, far more desaturated. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised at the camera though, because like I want to say I used my C920. No, I used my phone as an overhead camera, and that phones have better sensors than than these webcams.
I know a lot of people that still use it
Yep,
for their streaming. It looks.
yep.
I actually thought about doing it one,
Now
but I
the
don't have the mount.
yeah, you have to just get a proper thing
Phone
for
mount.
it. The and the reason why I didn't just stick with the phone is because while the phone sensors are better than the web sensors, the webcam sensors, um, phone sensors are really good for skin tones because they're meant for selfies. So they're good with like reds, but they're actually pretty bad with greens, just like this camera is. Uh, Generally speaking, so you want a little bit having a true camera for a stream is kind of
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna
it's
invest
expensive.
I'm gonna invest in lights for
Yeah, no, lights
desk,
far more important.
so then I can buy the right lights that I want desk,
Mm-hmm.
and then after that, then a microphone. So desk, lights, microphone is the order.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. All right. And
Okay.
then when it comes to your shadow tone, it's kind of up to you how you want to paint it. I'm doing kind of a gray. This just seems coming out really gray. I might want to add a little bit more of my burnt sienna back into gray.
Wow, while you talking, that's exactly what I. We actually did all that before we started stream. We spent about an hour.
Yeah.
So every time we do a dual stream here at the studio with Punexpected, we do spend about an hour. Not because we have to, but because we want to, so we can get quality. One, the streams, but two, like I said, we're recording this. We're gonna go back later, do some reviews. We're gonna cut some, keep some of the puns, give him an opportunity to show, hey, this is the class I gave.
Yeah.
This was my model that I painted, and he painted. Going through the steps. I think we'll probably only get through.
Well, that's up to you because I'm good to move on whenever you're ready to move on from the skin.
You know, I'm nowhere near
Right.
my skin.
Um,
Because you went bright and then you went back dark, and I go dark, and then I think I go to the red orange, and then I go and I'll
yeah.
mix the yellow with the brown by itself.
And it's
Like, here's my skin tone now, and if I was to do anything else, I would just make it a little bit lighter,
yeah,
just a
some
little bit.
difference in skin tone here. And yeah, for you, like if yeah, add a little like for so where I'm going to be putting my highlights, you're still putting your highlights in those same spots. You will be putting those highlights in the same spots. They're just going to be a slightly different color.
Yeah.
It's going to be like you said, more towards a yellow, orange versus pink. And right now I'm kind of putting shadows on the side of the nose because you light falls. And I'm still using this brush, the same brush here. You can get a lot done with the flat. Absolutely.
So I'm actually using of me everybody model.
Yep, you can definitely use the shininess of the oils to determine where your light sources should be. Giving her a bit of a shadow over her eye here.
So what I'm doing, pun on. So I have it turned this way,
Mm-hmm.
so light shining on this half, and I'm painting where I see it like really getting real,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what I'm painting with the highlights, and then I turn it and do it the same on the other side.
If it's working out for you, just
I don't know,
because
boss. You don't have to see.
yeah. And like if it's not perfect, I'm not looking for perfection, right? I'm just getting you to try to keep that in mind for the sake of your future self and for like me teaching a class, like having people because it's easier to get those highlights in place at this point than trying to fix it later, right? Because you can blend right now. It's really easy to blend. It's really easy to fix issues with your skin tone now than to wait until after it cures and then trying to like you know remix the skin tone and stuff like that. That's all.
He also knows I do not. But lately, with my undercoat with my acrylic,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks like I'm using light, but I'm really not. Random placement of my under,
Yeah.
which is sort of kind of working out. It's fun too.
Yeah.
I don't get stressed doing it. Most important thing when painting, not not get
No, you should.
maybe frustrated. part it takes a little. What we got? Chat said something.
Dinner time for Icklehoof.
Okay, Icky, have fun with dinner.
And I'm not the greatest, face painter. Still have a lot to learn. So we're gonna
Oh, we can get
I still got plenty to learn here, but we're gonna get the general gist of this, and we're gonna move forward. So one thing you can do too. So this is what I'm going to talk about while you're playing
Catching
catch
up.
up. So
Okay.
you see this nice shadow that I got on the arm. So depending on the mood you're going for, right? You can have a super strong Terminator line where like light stops, there's nothing behind it, right? I don't quite want that. So now I've kind of wiped out my brush. I don't need to clean it out with mineral spirits. I don't need to use anything to clean out the brush because I'm using everything that's in this brush is skin tone. You're mixing skin tones. You don't worry about cleaning out your brush. What I can do now is I can feather this out pretty easily now. Now, depending on the colors you're using, it may be easier to pull from the dark to the light or the light to the dark. It's going to kind of be on the colors you're using, what you're trying to do. Obviously, it looks like from what I'm doing here is the darker colors is a stronger tone, stronger color than the light. I'm going to put a little bit of the lighter skin tone back in my brush. And we're going to kind of do this. Actually, what I need to do is push that Terminator line further up, the further past where I would want the light to normally go. So let me fix that real quick. So normally the light would end, so if you look at it from this angle, right? The line would end at the top of the shoulder if the light was coming straight ahead. But we're going to push that skin tone past that line because when we blend, I'm going to need that space to work with. So we're going to just kind of use that. Here. You notice, hopefully it reads well on camera, pretty much blending that skin tone back into the shadow.
keep blending the skin till it has it right. Oop, has mud.
Oops, mud. Yeah, and sometimes that happens, and you know what? You can just pull the paint off with a sponge and resume what you're doing. So, but yeah, we're gonna keep that force.
Might go one shade light.
Okay. Okay. And now, after doing all of that, I've got a nice blended transition. Not perfect, but from the light through all of that to the dark. Didn't have to put 1,000 layers down, didn't have to do washes, I didn't have to do nothing but push paint around on the model. And then I just kind of clean out my brush there, and I'm kind of going back into it and using. Thing too to keep in mind is that you're using a light touch doing this. If you use a hard, uh, how the strength of the brush stroke you're using can really determine how the paint goes down. It's a bit different than my experiences with acrylic. Learning like what pressure to use on your brush can really affect what the paint does on the whole. So if you're painting with oils and you're noticing a lot of brush strokes in this step, you're probably pressing your brush down too hard. I am like my hand is pretty far back on the brush here, and
You
I'm
do
just
that shit.
barely touching the paint as I blend the skin tone out.
Hard as fuck. How you?
It's practice. It did take me a while to get
It
used to
hurts.
it,
It
and
hurts my hand. All right. I'm gonna go one more shade lighter. That's where the face is. I know how I did the face, so I can do the arms stuff.
take a look. So, so you're gonna go a little bit brighter on all the high spots, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So the high spots, remember the high spots on the face, generally when you have light coming straight ahead, it's going to be the nose, the chin, the lips, the cheekbones, and the forehead. And then depending on where that light changes, right, that's going to change where that harder light hits. Anywhere the surface of the face or anything really is perpendicular to the light source. And we're treating this as like a head on, head on from the camera, like that light source, to make it easier for the sake of composition for the class. You could do top down, the zenithal right overhead and go down. That's more common with a lot of like gaming pieces and stuff like that. Not so much as common as in portrait piece. It just kind of depends on what kind of composition you want to go for. But for the purpose of this class, I'm going to do straight ahead as the key light for the model. It's easier to like get people to like having a parallel, having the shading similar on both sides of the model. Easier to explain, I think.
what you gonna move on to next after skin?
After skin tone, hair probably, because we'll show how textures work, right? So step one is showing how blending skin can be super nice and satisfying with oils. And then after that, we're going to show how using the texture of the model can be used to your advantage. The green, the top is going to be just fun time, right? People can blend whatever colors they want on the top and make it color shifting. You can do nice broad blends. So we're doing a green here. In the class, I might say pick two colors, blend them, right? Pick two colors that are, do red, blue, blue, yellow, or yellow, red, and blend them across it. I want to see a gradient on the top. Which we might do that. We can keep green the key color, the main color, and we can do a little bit of gradient. A lot of people, cyberpunk people think a lot of like vaporwave, do like magenta, yellow, turquoise. Something like that might be fun. And I'll kind of leave that up to the painter and the class.
Yeah, I think too much to.
Yeah, I'll do a gradient myself just to show that like you can blend colors nice and smooth. Yeah, we're doing this with skin tones, but like doing it with like a magenta and a turquoise might kind of reinforce that. But yeah, so
Is a Neanderthal with a heavy, chunky mitts, right? I'm right there with you, Val.
huh?
Like with the paintbrush, trying to paint.
I mean, whatever, dude. Like, I got gorilla hands.
Bro, you got the super chin. Tank. Man,
Putting together
fucking
freaking
shits. If you open up Pun's hand, I don't know. Close his hand. All right, alien type.
Oh yeah, I got a nervous tick where I clap with one hand.
Yeah, see, yeah, that's yeah, that stuff like that. Yeah, that's what you get with dealing with Punexpected.
So All right. I'm just fiddling around with the skin at this point. So whenever,
You waiting on me? All right.
well,
So teach. So talk. So talk more. Talk more about what we went through so far. So
okay.
that do like a recap, and then by the time you're done with the recap, I'm gonna be blending this last little do
All
on the
right.
face because I'm gonna do the rest of the body later.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. And that maybe what I'll have to do in the official class is like have a timer, maybe with like a plus or minus 5 minute thing too. Is like, okay, wherever you are, yay, keep
Mm-hmm.
this stuff in mind, do a quick review, and then let's move on to the next thing because it will be important for everyone to at least do the skin and then texture. After that, it'll be free reign. Once people realize that you can blend skin really nicely, that means that you can also blend your metals really nicely. If you have any familiarity with how a non-metallic metal works, just the colors, the composition is one thing, but talking about colors, you know that blending is easy in oils. You'll be able to blend your metals. The composition thing is not going to be part of the class. Knowing that you can use texture of a model to kind of shortcut some stuff with oils is also important to teach. So we will go from the skin to the hair. And then after that, if we have time, we'll talk about other stuff. Um, so we've just messed with the skin, trying to keep, this is all basic, very basic brush work with a flat. Definitely suggest people get flats and rounds. Rounds are going to be for your like step one, where you just put paint all over the model. Those big number 6, number 8 rounds. You can use smaller ones for smaller models, right? But cheap brushes, flats for this nice, soft blending work. Um, you can get these brushes come in multi packs of a bunch of rounds and flats. Um, you can also buy a bunch of rounds and then take a pair of pliers and just smash the end of it, and you'll have a filbert, which is just a rounded flat. Also a fantastic brush. I haven't done that yet because I still have a whole bunch of these brushes, but once I run out of it, actually for the class, I'm going to buy that 144 pack of rounds.
That
For,
brush for hire goods.
yeah, it's the Royal Langnickel like plastic handles. They're the same maker as these yellow brushes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to take my pliers and just crush the ends of a couple of them. You crush the little metal part. I mean, that's all they do here. They just crimp. They crimp the end, and you get a flat brush. Yeah. So
Go ahead
I'm
and
gonna
start.
I'm gonna reinforce something on the model for myself for later because I painted over her hair here. Oh, wait, that's gonna be red. We're gonna put that red. All right, I like it. Like it. Da. And I would say for you later, off screen when we're not doing a class, Naples yellow, nose, chin,
The middle of
the middle of the forehead, and like the brow ridge. Yeah, just a little bit. Let's move on to the hair. So, black hair is tricky, right? What I normally would do when I'm doing black, um, I would use actually probably just different blacks. I would use a warm black first and then a cool black for the highlights with just a touch of white in it. Because we're using a limited palette, it's going to be a little tricky. Um, Black hair, when it reflects light, is generally just white or nearly white. So, might have put us in a corner here because if we just put white on it, it's going to make her hair look like. So, what I think we're going to do,
Take the black blue.
so we're going to take the black, we're going to add just a little bit of blue to it, just kind of like our metal. that we did and a little bit of white. But it needs to be enough to where it pulls out the texture of the hair. This will be more apparent when we do the red, so maybe we should do the red first. Let's do the red first. So we're going to show how the texture of a model can be of great help to you here. So we had kind of a dark red that we put down on the model. Then we wiped it away with the sponges. So now we're going to make a pink. Ideally, for me personally, this would be magenta. Magenta, yellow, and cyan are another triad that you can use. Not what I put on the palette today. Did red, blue, yellow. Yellow's in both of those triads. Magenta, of course, is between, it's the mix between red and violet. It's not a real color, but it looks better in my opinion than pink. But we're going to see what we can mix with our red here. So we're going to go get some clean red off of our palette, and we're going to mix this here in front of the camera. It looks orange. Either way, we're gonna grab this. I'm gonna bring this over here because this right here is the color that I painted into the hair. So we have our red. I'm gonna grab a little bit more of it because it's probably a little bit of the dark color in my brush still. We got our red. And we're gonna grab some more white. And we're gonna see what this looks like. That kind of like a bubblegum pink going on. And that looks like a flesh tone in the palette. And it technically is a flesh tone. You can use this color as a great blush color. So if you just mix a little bit of this is cadmium red hue, which is a nice, like true cadmium, cadmium red medium is a fantastic color. It's just expensive, so we're using a hue. So we got kind of this pink in here, and we're going to use the side of our brush to use side of our brush and the texture of the model to show kind of what we can do here. So I'm going to actually paint with the side of the brush, which may make some people scream, but this is how we're going to get the texture picked up on the model. And we're going to do this pink, and then that'll give us the actual, will actually make the model read as if that hair is pink, where our shadow tone is already in there. Then what we'll do after that is we'll do our highlight with white. Here. And go ahead and push that value of that pink fairly high, because you are mixing it with that darker paint that's already on there. So keep in mind when you're painting onto these models with oils that you are mixing paint on the model. So you will likely, the color that you're putting down is going to be slightly darker than what's in your brush, assuming you're doing this underpainting technique doing oil.
This part I know how to do it. This is the fun part. To me, this is like the dry brush.
Yeah, so that is very much what we're doing here. We're effectively dry brushing on the model. Now, we are not using barely any pressure on this brush. You are not you're not doing the high strength exercise of dry brushing like terrain pieces on this model. I'm still holding my brush, a third of the way behind, down the handle.
I'm not.
I find that if you do that, you can keep from putting too much pressure on.
What we got, chat? What questions y'all got for Big Pun?
We got that pink down there. And then, so obviously it doesn't look like there's much highlight on there, right? We'll go ahead. I'm going to pull paint out of my brush here. All I'm doing is wiping it off on a piece of shop cloth, shop towels.
I'm doing a second.
Okay. And then I'm just going to grab more white. In fact, because this white I know I'm using is really weak, a really weak titanium white, because it's cheap. I am just going to probably just straight white. I'm going to give it ever so small. Then we're going to give ourselves our.
I'm not using a flat, I'm using a beat up round that I sort of kind of use 2 or 3. Kind of got used to. How does that play a factor in painting? Getting used to certain. You had a brush that you very long time and
Well, I mean, use what works for you, right? I like using, like I said, I like using flats. I prefer filberts, but filberts are, I can't get a giant bulk pack of filberts. But I can get a bulk pack of flats. So just kind of using the brushes to their strengths, right? These flats, you can really use those sides of the brushes to make it real easy for you to pick up texture on a model. You can definitely still do it rounds. You just have to be a little bit more careful. Um, I don't know if that answers the question.
how do you get used to using a brush a certain way? That like does what you one P3 brush. Finally one.
I mean, how do I adjust from that?
Yeah.
Uh,
Because I feel that's what's going to happen. Like I hate these brushes because they were garbage. These Sigmar Polinsky brushes that he had in his Kickstarter, they're garbage. But I use them now for my oil paint,
yeah.
and they do what they're supposed because they're garbage and they're all frizzy and stuff. And it, but I can't get like a real good point to do a fine tip thing with it. But I can use it for everything.
I mean, sometimes it's hard to say. I'm not really sure I can really answer that in a coherent way because, yeah, the brush stopped working. I was like, well, I'll figure it out, right? Like, we're not doing anything super fancy with these brushes. You know, I the only time I use a brush with like a fine tip is when I'm doing detail work. If I'm doing detail work or freehand, I use a brush that doesn't really have a strong point. You don't really ever need one until you're doing very fine line work.
Rocho bedtime.
Yeah, because if we take a look at my flat here, I mean, look how you can make that flat pretty freaking narrow. So what do? I just use this. I use the point, the edge, instead of using a sharp brush. I just use the flat edge, and that's just as just as sharp, just as precise. The only time that gets me in trouble is when I refuse to actually switch brushes when I should, and then I'm trying to paint eyeballs with stuff like this, right? But I mean that's pretty much it for the pink. We're pretty straightforward pink hair. Now, what I would probably do in the future on this model is I would probably go back in with like a little bit of yellow or something like that to like I'd probably glaze some yellow into the parts where I've kind of left the shadow areas, so like kind of in the center part and in here, just to give it a little bit of something else. But otherwise, we got our pink hair here. I'm just using the side of the brush here too for. And this isn't much different from what I would do if I was painting, a model not for class. Pretty much be doing the exact same stuff. maybe taking a little bit more time, using a little bit different paints. But otherwise, it's not really different from what I'm normally doing. Here's where what I suggest people get too is everybody should get themselves like a spotter brush, something like that. I have this like beat up Princeton round that's just like a snubbed flat brush. And what I use this for is when I overpaint, I go back in and I use it to kind of blend out stuff. I use it as a spot blender, but also to clean up areas if I like put paint where it didn't belong. I can either put a little bit of thinner in it or just come in here and because I got a little bit of that pink on the skin tone where I don't want. Keep around like a little small brush I can use to do micro blending.
Yep, I always got 2 rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, having a dry, clean brush off to the side for that kind of stuff is handy. You'll find yourself probably reaching for it a lot if you're taking your time. Because it's pretty easy to blend out an error with oil paint. So let's see what PSK's got going here versus what.
I haven't did full just
Okay.
all the layering up with the different inks I have.
So yep, so that's pretty close to what I got going on. You just like you said, you haven't put on the higher highlights yet. Your paint is definitely more matte than mine, which is nice. I wish mine was more matte than what it is to help people see a little bit better. But yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. Definitely push it more white. Now you see on mine, right? Look at where I have the white. The white is all
on the front part.
On the front part, right? You want a little bit. You still want a little bit more distinction, but all of the higher highlights, it needs to be the stuff you can see from looking straight on. All right? I know you can do it. It's look, man. It's important. Important work.
1 second, everybody.
How did I meet you?
So continue your statement. I said, "Fuck my life."
It is not. This is, I think, this is our 4th time we sat down together to paint oils.
Yeah. What's up, Jubree?
Yeah.
What's going on?
But I am going through this as if he is a first timer. That way we can make sure anybody's got questions, and when we post this for a class,
We could show him
go.
this.
Yeah, he did. One of his he got a freaking, was it a pin or a medal for this piece? He got a pin, or he painted this in oils, and he got a Nova Open finalist pin.
Painted that with you, by the way.
He painted this with me. I painted. What did I paint when I did this? When you did this, I was painting.
You were painting the samurai guy.
That's right. I was painting a samurai, and he painted this. This was, I think, this was his first or second thing he painted with oils. And he did a lot of work off camera, outside of my direction. So a lot of that is his work. But no, I was saying, we take a look at my model here. We're working on the red pink of the hair, and my highest white, near white pinks are going to be the stuff that's facing, because we're lighting her from straight ahead, is going to be here, and then it's not quite as bright as we go back, but you're still using the texture of the hair to catch some of that. Now,
explain to him
why it's a pain in the ass for the light direction. I'm not actually 100% sure why it's a pain in the ass for you.
pain in the ass because I just want to paint.
You just want to
think about it.
But one of the things that PSK has set a goal for himself is to freaking run on Nova next year for all the models that he puts in. In order to do that, he's got to start learning how to play with how to deal with light. And
Like send me a fucking
and once he gets used to doing it, it's not going to be as hard. It just takes a while to get people used to it. I'm still fighting with it. I don't do nearly enough contrast a lot of the time. I fight with it myself.
Now, I do a shit ton of contrast.
You do, but you don't do it
the way they want me
the
to.
way that,
The
not that
judges
you should, not even that they want. It's just you do it like you do, like your black white contrast is high contrast. Yes, it is. But it's not based on an actual light,
no, it's not.
right? So that's more what we're looking for. So while he messes with that,
I'm done, bro.
you're done. You happy with what you got?
I told you I never knew us.
All right, all right.
Tell me where.
So we're gonna look at his stuff again here. So again, his is not his. Mine looks brighter because it's shiny. His is actually pretty close to mine, and I'd say I'm happy with that. So we can move on. You did forget about her little string of hair on the side of her face.
No, I'm gonna paint that like.
Okay, that works.
That's
Right.
why I left it alone because I know that's gonna be something I have to do.
You're gonna have to be a little bit more careful with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need to go get. I'm gonna have to pull out a brand new brush because I don't have any fine tip brush.
So I'm gonna clean out my brush a bit since we're going from a pink high value to black. So I'm just running my brush through some linseed oil here. And I'm gonna throw this away. Gibri, how you doing today? I know we're kind of less interactive with chat today as we do this class.
The good thing is though, we're going to save this VOD, so anybody who wants to get into oil painting, you can see all the steps that Punexpected takes, and then you could see like me as a student, like what I'm doing and do it. We're also going to pull this video down, and we're going to try and chop it up and crop it up and make like some good stuff for you all, and we'll put it up somewhere. I might drop it in my Google Drive and just put for like class only Punexpected, and then that way you all have that. But it also gives Punexpected an advertising to where he can like send that to the people at Nova or wherever else he wants to go to oil classes and be like, hey, here's something I did on live stream just to test, and here's what the definitely, if you have questions about oils, please ask. That's why he's sitting in the main seat tonight, because this is focused on him tonight.
Ask away. So I'm trying to. We're gonna kind of see how this turns out. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna do the black part of the hair now. And what we got?
Dubry says this is on his list to do.
Okay, nice. What is that from?
Where that from, Jubri?
We're gonna go back to this.
All right, where we at again?
So
You know, I'd be.
no, we're good. So part of me is kind of tempted for the sake of the class, right? Since we're doing black hair, is kind of go and do that same technique we just did on the pink with just a slightly higher value black, just a little bit. And then we're going to clean our brush out. We're going to take a sponge. We're going to cut a line with a sponge across the hair for highlight, and then we'll paint a white into it for like the high gloss.
I'm gonna watch.
Right. So I'm going to mix up kind of the similar black blue that we got here. So it's going to be just slightly higher value because we don't want it to look gray. We don't want it to look gray. Might have been too much white, but that's okay. I'm going to bring this over here. So this is going to be the black that I want to mix for the hair. So we're gonna mix up this black here. A little bit of the blue. It's probably still a little too high value. We'll see what it looks like when I start putting it down. I have to change the value of it. You can do this step. This step you'll be fine with. The next part I can explain closer. So mix yourself a
black, white, blue. Like you got your ass beat.
Yeah, but very little white. So okay.
Beat your ass. Beat your ass. Wow, that's a good song. That's a Back in the Hood.
So
Listen,
we're gonna do.
This is why I can't be. La la.
La La Land. So we'll do the same technique we did on the hair on the pink side with the black. We'll see how much of a difference. You may not be able to even see really a difference. On the camera, we're gonna see how this looks. It is cooler, so it should still read as slightly different than the rest of the hair. It does. Subtle there. Cool. Then I'll talk. We're gonna do a sometimes every now and then grabbing your sponge and doing a little bit of removal of paint is a nice, easy, cheap way to get super high value contrast with highlights, especially with doing things like black. You know when I did those red leather pants, I basically went in there and I used those little mascara brush and I pulled the red off entirely because I didn't want much red. I wanted
because like
closer to
I'm looking at this right here on this hair from like here and here from the light. This would all be
right. Or like yeah, you think of that or you think like the anime highlights in hair, right?
Yeah.
Usually like black hair or dark blue hair is just like white, right? So we can still do that. Like we're you know maybe not exactly portrait accurate, but even in like portrait painting with black hair, it's going to be similar. It's going to be that high value white because black doesn't. If black is reflective, it doesn't really go gray and then white. It just goes white, and then there will be reflected color sometimes in that white, depending on the light source.
Oh shit.
So if we were you know being super cyberpunky with this piece, and she was like you know near like a neon sign or something like that, we would probably take that white and give it a tint of magenta or turquoise or whatever, right? But we're not going to worry about that for the class. We're not going to worry about that for this piece. Part of me wants to paint up a 1/6 scale version of this if I do get around to getting approval for Nova and paint that up as like the demo piece. Like here's what you can here's my 8 colors I used. Here's the model I painted with those 8 colors.
However,
well, no, it'll be the same
it'll be the
colors.
same
It'll be this palette.
Okay.
You know, or whatever palette I decide on, right?
Right.
But it'll be a limited color palette. Blades throwing out those 100 bits.
Biddies.
We thank you.
Them biddies. Thank you, Blades, for them biddies.
But to show them like, yeah, you don't need 50 tubes of paint. I have 50 tubes of paint. You don't need 50 tubes. There are things that are much easier and whatnot with other colors, but you can still get a lot done. Limited. And like I said, the only thing you really can't do with the colors that we have here is the super high value blues and like oranges, which we're not trying to do, right? But if you wanted a super high value green, blue, or orange, we can't really do that without other colors on it. But we're not worried about that right now. So we're good. So yeah. Hopefully everybody's having a pleasant Veterans Day.
Yeah, man. Air Force Base today. Checked it out. Goes with me and that veteran brothers who committed for Bo Jr. and like to see the look on his face when I gave him the model in person. It was fucking.
I'm glad that he likes it, man. That's great.
Now I got more.
Now you got more shit to do.
I added some more blue and white.
Okay.
I don't know if you can. And then I'm about to go over with just a little bit of black here. I just added a little bit more black back into it. And then before we do that,
So again, the camera maybe not reading it super close, but his is a little bit more gray, which is fine. You do what you want. Make sure that you catch the buzz at the front.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you catch that. But that will work. And then once you're ready to go, we'll pick a highlight point, which will probably be
top of that top of that arc.
Right, the top of that arc, and we're gonna cut it straight down the side, the front, top of her head. And we'll use a sponge to do that, and then we'll go back in there with white to give her like this super high highlight.
I want to tone this down first.
A little bit too excited. You blew yourself.
I blew it. The puns keep coming.
No, I mean like Exodent and Icolith, like I probably have 60 different tubes of paint, of oil paint.
He gave me
not counting the stuff I've given away. Yeah, because I gave him the Winton set, but like I have like 100 like 60 tubes of artist paint. Now I probably only use about 20. I can probably get rid of most of those and be perfectly happy. But there's 20 that I use very often. And then there's a couple that I use, occasionally, and then there's some that I barely ever use. Like my metallics, I barely ever use.
Give me them shits.
Well, but when I need them, I need them. Is the thing. Some of my for example, I barely ever use phthalo blue. I use phthalo turquoise usually instead, but occasionally I'll want the phthalo blue versus the phthalo turquoise, and you can't mix those two colors from other paints. Quinacridone magenta, I use it all the time. Absolutely beautiful paint. It makes a gorgeous high value, gorgeous high chroma magenta, high chroma pink with just a little bit of white. Transparent maroon, my favorite go-to. Instead of using burnt sienna, I like using transparent maroon more often. I think it works fantastically for it's much more saturated. It's a much higher chroma brown, warm brown than burnt sienna. So I like using it more than burnt sienna. But it is not a very common pigment. There's a couple like the Gamblin Radiant paints are great tools to have in the toolbox for highlights. And there's just a handful of like colors that I occasionally use that I wouldn't get rid of. A lot of what I picked up I bought because I wanted to test different paints. I have like 12 blacks, all different pigments. Outside of my Perling black, most of them I don't use outside of
Now it looks.
All right, we'll go back here. Take a look at his stuff. So we good. So what I want you to do is grab another sponge, and based off your light, right, you're going to cut a highlight right down the center of her head, and we're going to, that way we don't have to worry about fighting the gray, right? Because we want to have, remember, black, like I said earlier, black doesn't really transition from black through gray to white for highlights. It goes black and then goes white. So because the paint's wet on here, we're going to pull off what we can to make that that paint a lot easier to deal with. So and this is when doing that lighter undertone, that lighter paint prime helps with this too. Because if that primer was black, well, guess what? This wouldn't help me at all. It would help me a little bit because it wouldn't be blending on the model, right?
Right.
But I wouldn't be seeing what I'm seeing here with this paint that I did. And I kind of agree, Ickelhoof. If you unintentionally, if you go and look at my 30 some odd Kingdom Death pinups I've done so far,
shit,
almost all of them have magenta
that's the miniature
hair.
housewives. They chilling. He won't be bringing them back home. He just keep them there. He know they got a place right. Chill.
You don't get them. All right.
All right.
So
I got it on mine.
So I'm gonna go recharge my glass here. So take a break, chat with people, and we'll be back to do the highlight. Quick primer question. If I do decide to get froggy with oils, do I need to get a new type? No. Well, asterisk. No. However, sometimes people have issues with spray paint primer. I can't tell you specifically which primer, spray paint primer, but sometimes it seems that people have issues with spray paint primer because mineral spirits may react to some of that primer. Outside of that, use whatever primer you like. I would say avoid spray paint primer or be careful, try it, test it. But I'm using Stynylrez, I've used Vallejo, and I've used just like I've put oils on top of ink in the past. I would recommend doing whatever acrylic primer you prefer to use, and again, go with a higher value primer. It just makes it easier for all the techniques that are common with painting with oils. I'll be right back.
It is safe to steal my wife's oil paints. I mean,
Well,
you do what your pants can handle.
outside of what your wife may do to you, whatever oil paints that your wife has, as long as it's not like I'm not even gonna say bargain, like chances are it'll be fine. If they're very cheap oil paints, you may struggle more. Like if you notice the difference when I bring up his stuff to mine, his paints are a lot more matte than what I'm using. I'm using super cheap for this class for today. I'm using super cheap oil paints. Now they're not so cheap that you can see the grind of oils. If you go to like Walmart and buy those like artist loft oils, use those for like terrain. Don't use them on a miniature where in like smoothness matters. Because those super cheap oils, the grind is like chalk, and there's actually a lot of chalk in that paint, so it's not going to work out so great. But if you're just doing like terrain, whatever, it's fine. If your wife, Gibre, or anybody's got oils hanging around the house, the Winsor Newton Winton paints, or Gamblin or Schminka or whatever, um, they'll work fine. They'll work on a model. You will need very little paint compared to um, acrylic paint. Uh, I'm putting a whole bunch of paint on the palette, unfortunately, because these tubes are so big. The hole is like the size of a quarter, so it's hard not to put a huge amount of paint down. But like, for example, like this Winton Newton tube, um, this I filled one of these up with this paint thinned down, gave that to one person. I've used part of this tube. PSK's used part of this tube, and this tube is nearly 3 years old now. Right? And we still got 3/4 of this tube left. So this stuff can last a lot, and we're not being like
super generous.
Yeah, we're had I been more careful with how to use this paint, it would be even I'd have use even less. You can use an incredibly small amount of oil paint and it will cover a lot more than you would expect. It's just because the medium and the pigment,
White bucket.
the pigment's the same that's in acrylic paint. It's the same pigment, but because oil paint doesn't dry almost immediately, and an artist paint specifically, it can suspend more pigment than acrylic can. You can push that paint thinner across a larger surface than you could with acrylic. It's just the nature of the medium. Yeah. So you can use a very small amount of paint. For those of you out there who want to give this a shot, you can get those. This is a set that's really common in the U.S. Um, you can get, where's my, there's a set. Um, you can get a set of half-size tubes. So this is 21 milliliter tubes of Winton's. I think you can get a set of 12 and 24, and it's like 30. I think it's like $25 for the 12 and 35 for the 24. And that set will last you years. And even the small size tubes. The only paints that you'll probably run out of at this size in a 2 years is the white and the black, because
And
you're
the
going to
browns.
use, and yeah, maybe burnt umber specifically, because you're going to use those quite a lot. But even then, I mean, it will take you a while to get through those two. Yeah, but I've split tubes of paint between myself and two other people so far, and like this is about as much paint as I've used, and I've been doing this for almost 3. And I've gone through, man, I've painted 100 models, I think now, and not like, and when I say 100 models, I don't mean 130 mil models. I mean probably about 60 30 mil models, and like 40 larger scale, 50 75 busts, things like that. So yeah, unfortunately, you can't buy those half tubes separately. I really wish you could, because I would buy. Um, there's a couple of companies that will like send you samples in that size. But honestly, like because those tubes would, for miniature painting, because it would last so long, I would rather get the half size tubes. Take up less space, and they will still last me forever. But most companies won't sell them individually. Um, if they did, that would be what I would have. I would have those half tubes.
They're just easier to move around
Yeah,
and pack and
they take up less
store,
space.
take up less space.
you know and I would be, granted, I'd say I'd be willing to try other paints more often, but I've already bought a shitload of paint. All right, so have you poked around at your white hair yet? We're gonna get
No,
back
I did. I
to,
waited.
okay,
I didn't touch it. I worked on the pink, and I found a piece of the print that was all jacked up under the chin, and I fixed that. And I noticed that she has some like scrapes on her cheeks, so I added some more red back into that to pull that out.
okay.
I worked on the eyebrows a little bit. Yeah, so added looking at details.
And a thing to bring up too, right, when he's saying that he's doing all this work, most of it is just feathering shit out with the brush that has little to no paint on it, because it's still workable. If I really, really hated what I was doing right now, I can take a piece of paper towel or a sponge, and I can wipe off all of this paint and be fine.
Jubri and his half tubes of from.
Yeah. But no, like for most painters, for most miniature painters, you will probably give up miniature painting before you run out of a tube of paint. And if you used even artist acrylics, if you're not quite ready to jump into the oil side of the paint, like Winsor Newton makes, like you go to Michael's, go to an art supply store, they'll have tubed paints, right? Um, you'll see Winsor Newton and Liquitex
Mm-hmm.
and Golden at U.S. art supply store.
I go to Michael's a lot.
Gibre, thanks for popping in.
Jubri, you out? Hey, no, wait, Jubri, before you leave, Jubri, can you post a link to
He
that
did, or they did. I don't.
to the company?
The model.
No, not the model.
Oh.
He know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Jubri.
On IG.
What you mean? You know it? Yeah. You know what I talk about, Jubri. Post that link. Hey, everybody. So if you don't know, Jubri did some networking in the background. So the mental health charity painters will be getting some models distributed to them to add content to their streams next year, and also to paint up some pretty freaking awesome models that were just like given to us because of what we do, and Jubri worked that out. Jubri,
Okay.
post that link for them. I want y'all to go check out their Kickstarter. Go check out the company. Got some really awesome models. We get to paint these models, and we can give them away or we can keep them. If you paint a model that you really like, put on the shelf. Don't really like the model, but you painted it and it looks good, we can do it as a giveaway or a raffle. So really want to make sure that since Juber you're here, post that.
You want Echo to add a command?
EcoHoof, yes, please.
Look at that. Thank you, Echo.
Thank you.
So what I'm doing for the hair now, so we want to put that nice highlight in the hair. And actually, you know what, too? I didn't finish the thought when we were doing this. So what else needs to have that pulled off of, right? This whole, not the whole front, but I'm just going to drag that
The
down.
top half of it.
Just this front, the piece that's facing directly towards you. So kind of whole line there.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is what we're going to do now.
I'm gonna watch you as I do
So this is one of the parts that you got to be maybe a little more careful with, and it's something that I try to remind myself about when you're trying to get like precise color on a model that it's still wet, right? Don't be. I have a habit of sitting there and feathering color slowly, kind of like kind of like polishing the color onto the model, kind of, right? When you're doing this, you don't want to do that, because what you're going to do is you're going to start blending on the model. Right now, we don't want to blend on the model, right? We want to keep that color as pure as we can for the purposes of this particular thing. So I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to put one brush stroke. I'm going to resist the urge to try to do another brush stroke. But before I do a second brush stroke, I'm going to go back into my white paint, make sure that paint is nice and white, because we want to keep this a nice white highlight. This goes for any other super strong highlight that you're doing with oils if it's not cured. Do one brush stroke, go back and pick up the paint that you're using to make sure that you're not mixing on your model. That is kind of one of the trickier things, because the fact that you will be constantly mixing on the paint on the model when you're trying to do freehand, you're trying to do very precise highlights of high value or high contrast even. You want to do a brush stroke, go back into your paint. Which people who are more familiar with acrylics are probably more prone to do that anyway, but for me, I have to like reteach myself to do that. So let me try to not screw this up. So I'm gonna use the edge of my brush first, just to kind of get, see what it looks like. I'm just gonna do this, right? You see how that looks like it's white? It doesn't look gray, but I'm not gonna blend. So that looks okay. So I'm gonna use the whole broad side of my brush now. I'm gonna do the same thing again. That.
Yeah, Jubilee. That's what they call. There is called the Storm Sunder Wild Ascent Ravaged Star. Yo, go check out that. Go check out that. Squire Games, everybody. Lazy Squire Games.
And now you see how I'll kind of have parts that aren't white. That's kind of between the white and the black.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to make gray. So what that means is I'm going to leave that shit the way it is, and then I'm going to go back in with my black, my highlight black that we mixed, and I'm going to fill in that color on the edges, because I don't want that to really transition. It's going to be, this is where you put a hard line, right?
Okay.
For what we're doing, hard line. If you decide that you don't like that, if a student decides that they prefer a transition, fine. But you're going to want to make that transition pretty short for a black color. Because again, black doesn't slowly transition to white. It just kind of just goes white. Then we're going to kind of try to do this in sections here. So I'm going to take the side of my brush, bring that down like side of my brush. We're gonna this part here. This is something that I've struggled with myself, because I constantly want to feather things and whatnot, and like, wait, that doesn't work. What I'm trying to do here, you idiot. I was going back into my white paint just to kind of keep that from looking gray. There can be slight variations in the value of the white. That's okay. But I want it to read white. I don't want it to read gray. And you don't have to worry too like, the precision you're worried about here is more about the actual paint color, not where exactly it goes. Not if it catches, hair slightly out of like the center line, you know what? That's okay. Not super worried about.
Jubri, thanks for getting that for us. And Icklehoof, thank you for getting that out. We're gonna need that here when these things arrive. Yeah, we got some
Some more stuff,
yeah,
new stuff, or
new
is this
stuff.
stuff that I've already seen?
No.
No. Okay.
It's totally different. So
Okay.
what
Okay.
Jubri did is Jubri actually contacted them and LGS. He told them what we do, and and LGS was like, no, we're gonna make.
I'll have to look at that.
We got a special box coming here, and since you're local, you get first dibs. And then all I ask for us to do is when we paint it is to promote them, because honestly I think a lot of the models that we've painted that were given to us, donated to us to help promote, we've given 90% of them away.
Yeah.
So it gives us something to give away or paint,
Mhm.
like, hey, let's do an oil paint class where we can relax and just not stress.
Yeah.
We pull one of those out
Well,
and we paint it.
I will have to look into that.
So, and I know you have a backlog of everything. I've got a backlog of chibis. Paint every single now. All my chibi models for CMON games, they're all gonna get painted with oil.
Okay.
It was fun, and it was a whole lot. I got it done in one session.
Yeah, you should be able to knock those out in one sitting. So here's a Tisha moment. I got a whole bunch of white paint on the back of her head. Oh no, I'm an acrylic painter. I got a white or black onto my paint, and I now have to spend forever fixing it. What will I do? I don't know. Oh wait. Okay, I'm good. Now, I mean, I rubbed a bit of the paint off, but this is as easy fixing as me going back into my skin tone that I mixed earlier that's still wet, still on my palette with the brush that I use, and I'm just going to paint that right back in. And we will, maybe this is what we'll do next actually, is because all of this back here is,
It's metal.
This is going to be, well, no, we're not going to do this because it's going to be too advanced for teaching class. But that is shaved hair on top of metal. Don't make much sense actually.
I'm gonna paint that shit as metal.
But that is like this, the stubble from shaved head. That is stubble from a shaved head with plated texture. So I'm going to treat that as skin, not metal.
Okay.
It's just she's got plates in her head. That's all.
Plates up underneath her head?
Yeah, under the skin.
I'm painting that shit.
Well, paint it how you like, but we're not going to touch that because that's complicated.
That's complicated, and I think that's the piece where the class person gets to take it home, and then they can decide, am I going to finish this thing with oil? Like, I'm going to be honest, all this stuff in here, everybody, I'm painting this with metallics.
And that's fine.
Like, I will probably paint this with metallics, and I will probably come back with a blue metallic, which I think I got somewhere, and I'll paint this blue with metallics when it dries. I can't remember which model I did that on. It came out really fucking.
Yeah, you can mix the mediums. Just always make sure if you decide to mix your mediums,
Wait till it's dry.
let them dry. Acrylics, you can paint oils on top of acrylics almost immediately. If you can't like destroy the paint by touching the acrylics, then you can paint on top of it. Now for oils, you're going to want to wait until the cure. Um, the cure times will vary. We didn't really talk about that at the beginning of the class, but to kind of talk about that real quick, cure times for oils varies quite a bit. It two main, let's say three main factors. One is the pigment. Different pigments dry or cure at different rates. That's just the nature of it. Things like cadmiums dry very slowly. Things like titanium white dry pretty quick. Another thing that affects that dry times is going to be how thick you put the paint down. If you put very thick paint down, it can take a long time to paint. Instead of 24, 48 hours for a thin paint, it could take weeks, days, weeks. And honestly, if you're talking about legitimate canvas painting that's highly textured, those paints are never going to cure, ever. Because the outside layers oxidize and the inside of that paint will never touch air, so it will be forever wet. Now, we're not painting texture.
Boy, like that's a problem being forever wet. I
Yeah.
just say.
I mean, I think it would be a problem.
I blame the leather guild. They had me on the roll all day today. I blame them.
You blame them. All right.
Listen, when they talk about threading leather, let me tell you, the first thing you do is you get the awl and you gotta poke it. All right, you gotta poke it.
You gotta puncture the
you gotta puncture and open. You gotta open the flaps, okay, and then you got to go through. You gotta put one needle in. Two needles go through the same hole. All right, and then you gotta come out through the back end. Okay. Listen,
this is off topic for the class.
Listen, I blame it all on them.
All right.
You see what I'm saying, Belly? Belly tracking.
But now I lost my thread. What was I saying?
Your thought? He
Yeah.
was talking about.
What was I talking about? No, wasn't doing that.
What was you?
Yeah. See, you threw me off completely. I was drying times.
Drying times.
Right. So again, certain pigments will take longer to dry than others. That's something you'll just have to learn. You can look online and find out which ones dry at different rates, but honestly, there has not been a huge amount of research into exactly how, like, what factors affect different pigments in what way. Heat can help the process.
Yes.
Heat with airflow. So
with these, my paints, I'll set them under like 3 or 4 of these lights in this box.
Yeah.
And then like 2 days later they're dry.
Yeah. So what you can do, what some people do who are painting miniatures or even painting canvas paintings, is they'll get like a reptile light, those like heat lamps, and they will put that next to their piece that they're working on, and it'll help cure paint. Now, be careful with doing a really hot light next to your models, because models tend to be made out of plastic and may melt or get weak. A heat gun will probably be too hot, and you're gonna have to like leave, because like what you would do is you would stick it next to one of those reptile lamps overnight, and in the morning it would be completely cured. A heat gun you can't like just leave on, as far as I know. And it won't be fast enough. Like you can't sit here with a heat gun and like chat for 5 minutes and then it'll be cured. That's not gonna work. And a heat gun, I would be more worried about melting the plastic. So for me, because I paint thin, and as you practice with oils and paint a little bit more thin, get used to the medium, my stuff is pretty much completely cured within, like, I would say 36-hour mark. The next day, if I come back, I can rework it a little. Again, it'll depend on the pigment. But by 48 hours, I'm painting on top of dry oil. And yeah, you could just leave it for a month if you want. That's perfectly fine. But if you are impatient and you really want that stuff dry because you want to bring it to like say you're painting game models, right? And you want to bring it to a game to play. If you're not using a like a reptile light to like kind of speed up the curing process, you're going to want to give yourself 48 hours. And if you're new to it, I would say a week. And then you can just go throw your whatever varnish you want on your model. Any varnish that you prefer to use works just fine. Once the stuff's cured, you can brush it on, you can airbrush it on. Either is fine. I've used Liquitex. I've used the Gamblin varnish, Army Painter. It should all work just fine. It's just whatever you have on hand. Varnish is varnish. I tend to use the Gamvar satin or matte if I'm brushing it on, and I use the Liquitex if I'm using it. You just kind of. I would assume Citadel Overcoat works fine. I haven't used it, but it's an acrylic varnish. So
Did you say GW?
Yeah,
Exclamation point PSK. Somebody give me exclamation point PSK. Why you go? You know you done said that blasphemy up in here.
Say that again.
That blasphemy.
There you go. Why is it percent GW? Somebody messed up your.
I gotta go in there and fix it.
You gotta fix it.
It don't matter. Everybody know 100% GW need to fix their life. Fix it. This is why. You see why I'll be the bad student in class.
So I'm just gonna kind of put a little bit more of this in a couple of areas here to kind of make it just more interesting. This is just me kind of fiddling. But whenever
That's
you
where we at, chat. Working on a skin tone.
you off the hair?
I'm done with the hair.
Okay. Well, we'll move on then. Let's work on how about we do real quick? We'll get the top.
The green?
Yeah, we'll get the top
Yeah, let's
knocked out.
play with the top. Got it.
Work on the top. Or should we work on, well, should we work on the shoulder,
Which one? The metal?
the metal one?
And do something different?
Yeah, because I mean, blending a flat surface for the chest is whatever, right? Maybe we should work on the work on the steel.
Work on the steel?
Let's work on the steel.
Okay, let's do the steel.
All right. So we did a mixture of we're using what, ivory black? I don't even remember which.
With the steel, it was blue and black.
Yeah, it was a black. I've got ivory black over here.
I got ultramarine.
It's an ultramarine blue, and that's kind of what you see on the shoulders here and this lower arm here on the model. So we are going to do some non-metallic metal work here, which means we're going to pretty much be.
I'm gonna need to.
We'll take a break.
No, you good. I'm just listening. This right over here.
So we're going to pretty much be using grayscale. Adding a little bit of blue because steel has a little bit of a blue tint to it. Silver tends to have a little bit more. I'm saying with full confidence, not really sure if that's true or not. So we lay this kind of blue-black down, and then we're gonna try our best to contour a shoulder out of metal. We'll see. This is going to be a effort in utility probably for both of us here because I'm not super great at rounded surfaces with metal, but we can at least try to make it look somewhat. So what I'm going to do here.
I blame the fact I
first.
literally GWs. But Trevo, there's one like less than 5 minutes. 2 minutes down the road.
So what we're going to do is this the gray blue that I've already mixed for the model. I'm going to grab a little bit more of my white. I'm just going to mix that into there. White is very weak. Grab more. So again, we're just mixing the paints that we have available. We're not putting any new paint down on our palettes. We're just taking our titanium white and our blue black mix that we made, and we're going to start feathering stuff in here. So again, because the light on this model is going to be straight on, kind of like what you see here from it. We're going to do our best we can here, and we're going to kind of start with kind of the medium tone. I find that this is a little easier. And what I see, we got the 77 on here. I'm going to paint over it for now, but when I would go back to finish this model, I'll probably do a little bit of light brush
You
work.
got a what on yours?
There's a 77 in the shoulder.
Oh shit!
Did that not print really well?
Oh, I can see it now, but I gotta look fucking hard as fuck.
Yeah, it may not have printed very well. Hard to say. That's okay. You can freehand that
Yes,
with
I
acrylics.
can. I can. I need. There was a picture that I had. Someone sent me. Probably my mentor. But there's a little thing. I'm sorry, I cheat.
No, you should always cheat whenever you can. You should always look at references. However, I'm not sure how many references of a metal
All you need right here is
arm.
shapes. It's
No,
not the
I
arm.
get it.
Shit.
No, no, you leave that up. I get what you're saying.
When you said what? I'm sorry. I mixed. Which colors did you mix?
So just the whatever color that you already put down,
Uh-huh.
just mix some white into it. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, that's why I'm a bad.
Not on task.
Never.
Not on task.
Hey, listen, I'm giving you real life example.
Good.
You're gonna get a student like
We're-
it's gonna be me, y'all. I'll be in the back. You're gonna look at his list of students. He's gonna,
Band.
yep, I could see it happening. So, y'all see, I'm gonna do mine a little different than him.
Yeah. So I'm kind of giving this a flat color for now, because I want this will be I'm kind of making it a mid-tone right now.
Now, is this your darkest color or is this your lightest color?
This I'm doing a little bit different. Because it's such an open area on it, I'm kind of throwing down the mid-tone because I'm not exactly sure where my highlights are going to go yet. For things that I'm more comfortable with painting, I'll generally try to jump to my highlights like immediately. But I'm not super sure on this piece. Then I'm going to go ahead, and since I know we got limited time, but I want to have
You got an hour, bro.
potential of blending still, I'm going to hit up this other arm too
25
real quick.
minutes. Other arm is cylinder.
Yeah,
And you said the light's coming from
straight ahead. Yeah.
So that's a little. I'm gonna use this as my, and then I'm gonna use the old color that dark color, and then I'll together.
Yeah, and you can always throw in colors that you like. You know, it'll reflect the surroundings, right? So you are more than free to be a little bit of experimental with the colors you're using. I tend to like to glaze in my environmental colors afterwards.
So there's no light on the back end of the.
We're going to treat it like there is very little light. Not completely in shadow because we want to, not just paint it black. But the light that the back is catching is going to be what you would consider like environmental lighting. Not very direct at all. It's just kind of round, where the majority of the lighting is coming from a key light. Will it even take the entire? Oh yeah, nope. It'll be quick.
What do you say? I'll say something to me.
Yeah, if you're gonna get kicked out of Adepticon immediately.
Yeah, right? Exactly, Tremo. Getting kicked out of Adepticon first day as he walks in with a GW needs to fix their life shirt
Yep.
on.
Immediate.
Immediate. Immediate. I wouldn't even like so like I get Adepticon as a real big GW thing and like everybody would just know like my circle of individuals that I'm going to be hanging out with know I give two shits about Game Workshop. Like I literally got rid of at least $2,000 worth of Game Workshop stuff. I didn't sell this shit. I gave it to people that wanted it or needed it or had an idea or wanted to build something for their community, for kids. You know, like I gave all that shit away. I have 5 models that I care about and a fucking set of knights because I have to keep them damn knights because now I'm getting commissions for Warhammer models. And the funny fucking thing is I'm getting commissions for these models and these things painting non GW shit. So back to class.
Back to class.
I'm sorry. See,
No, you're good.
This is why I'm a bad
Good.
student.
So all we're doing right now is
Val, get me worked the fuck up. Damn you, Val.
just treating it like you said, treating it like a cylinder. So like if you want to kind of like use your brush to kind of hit these higher edges as you're moving around, you can do that. If you already have, like I have some of my skin tone that made its way into the paint, that's okay because I'm reflecting the skin tone, right? That's perfectly fine. So at this point, not super worried about that. Maybe grab a little bit more black so I can handle these shadows backside here a little bit more nicely. And then I didn't do a super great job of getting this blend done, so I grabbed a little bit more of my black again. No, that's fine.
What do you think? Look, that's why we got editing. And it's being recorded. We can go through and like edit and get the like we're gonna get majority of the parts where Pun is talking and doing recaps. And that's the big part. Because then we can also just go back and take the parts where they see Pun painting and do a voiceover of those. So we've got options. I want this to be able to give him an opportunity to revisit him teaching a class so he can actually fine tune that. But then let's also use this as, I guess, an advertisement piece for him. So he can
It's
like
not really an advertisement.
no, it's just it's a hey, this is what I
proof
would
of
like to do.
concept.
Right. There you go. Proof of concept. I like that. That's the goal. So but
Do you
yes,
have
Val.
time to teach PSK how to paint on camera as well? Do you mean to keep him what in focus? I've tried.
It's right here, bro. Yeah, I suck at that. Maybe on my
It can be pretty hard to stay on camera.
I mean, all y'all like right now, all I'm doing is I'm painting all these back of it. God, I like when I'm over there, I mark or I draw X or something on that mat, so then I know where to like keep my model at. I gotta have like some kind of visual aid, because then when I look down, I'm like, oh shit, I
Yeah,
can't see what I'm
that's
doing.
like I my I have the grid, right? And I kind of
Mm-hmm.
just know like, hey, if I'm in the center of my mat,
Yeah, you're where you're supposed to
I'm
be.
where I'm supposed to be. So I'm kind of blending out from the dark here, blending out towards the front just to kind of give a general tone of the model of this arm. Again, this is where I'll admit to not being super confident about shapes, but I can at least get the general tone that it's supposed to be for steel here to make that a little bit darker.
That it's not too bright here on black. Just making the metal in the back lighter. So right now it's like doesn't have. And I'll go because I got the arms already mapped. That's my high points,
Yeah.
and that's my high points on
Now,
that. I'm gonna blend.
the thing though, the light's coming straight ahead, so this here needs to be the brightest part.
Yeah, but that's not how it hits on a cylinder.
Yeah, it is.
That
That's
not
the
the
direction of the
well.
light.
So this part, this top part will be light, but this bottom part will be
The
dark.
bottom won't. You're right. But remember that the light's coming. The light's not coming this way. It's coming more like this, right? So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
The most important part about painting light direction on your model is that it's all uniform. One of the things that actually blew my mind when it came to some of the people who won Golden Demon is one, they had one person who won who their fire effect was inversed. Like the inside of the fire was
Red.
red and the outside was yellow, and it won one of the top places. Like, well, that's not how fire works. It's supposed to be the other way around. And then another person, their light direction was all jacked up. It was all coming from different angles. And like, I'm not perfect at any means about that stuff, but I was surprised that those won because they were like obvious problems with the composition.
That's why
Yeah.
I will. If I get time, I will make a ballerina
Oh
fucking
yeah,
marine brush.
with a brush.
Turn that shit in. Cause I'm not even like I don't. I'm not. If I get a chance to do it, I'm not gonna wait.
Nope. So I'm going to kind of come in here with a darker. Saying this is just messing with black and white. I'm not mixing up anything crazy. Don't need to. Or try to start making shapes out of this arm. This is where it gets tricky because you kind of pretty much have to like take liberty at how this looks. So I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna cut a focused, cut a shadow.
What's chat saying? I don't got my chat up. Picture.
Nah, just Pickle of Sand giving you shit, and I'm making it look easy.
Facts.
But so I'm gonna just take this brush, painting in my shadow.
So Hook, we're actually both tackling this in two different ways. So this is part of the class, I guess, when you get ready to do a non-metallic metal section. I guess the biggest thing, I guess, part is finding them. You can blend
Yeah,
this until you get the look that you.
right. Because people will tackle non-metallic metal in different ways. People are just used to having to layer. The idea is being like, you don't actually have to layer anymore. You can just put your colors down, go for it. That's pretty much. And what I like to, yeah, it's pretty much what you just have to kind of convince them. What I generally like to do for metals, is I have what's called a grainer brush. I don't have it with me, but it's essentially a flat brush that has a lot, like half the bristles missing. What's nice about that is it's really great for texture. You know, brushed metal, how it's got that certain look to it. How leather, you can brush leather has that certain look to it. You can use that for texturing stuff, and I really like using that for metals and leather, stuff like that. Unfortunately, I think the smallest one that anyone makes is like a 1/4 inch, which is about a size 4. I think it's close to a size 6 flat, so they're not terribly small. But you can kind of use it to texture your stuff. Um, yeah, it could be nice. So I'm kind of just seeing what I can do here. Again, this is I'm not 100% sure what a shoulder pass with a front light will look like. Giving it my best shot. No, but it. In a perfect world, I would have had time to have gotten a test model painted, but it happened.
And if we get you a bigger printed, knowing
Yeah.
you'll have your test model, and now you're painting. Like mine's not gonna have. Almost done with this. In my viewpoint, just trying to blend it.
Okay. Yeah. So this part will probably be the end of the class that we do in person. You know, should I teach the class? Because again, first thing, teaching people how to mix paint. Second step, showing people how to put paint down on the model, not really care what it looks like, getting the general layers of color down so people can see what you can do with your paint. Next, getting that skin, showing, you know, how you can just take pretty much two colors, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you once you know how to paint skin the way you want to paint the skin, you can throw down your base layer, then grab your highest highlight and just use those two colors and blend it out on the model. If you know exactly what you want, that's all you need. You look at people like Wapelius, that's what he pretty much does. He puts his dark color down, he grabs whatever highest highlight he wants and just goes at it. Okay. Keep going that way, but make sure that you push it. So make sure you push that. So you're making the cylinder as if the light was coming this way, which
Yeah,
is for now is
from
fine.
came from over the top, and that's it. So
But
this is the gray, and it hits that way. And
you,
then the bottom part should be dark according to the picture.
yeah, yeah, no, you got the general color good.
Uh-huh.
This here gotta go. Keep going because it needs to. Look how high that hair is. It's got the highest highlight. Look at this. Look at your picture. What color is the highest highlight on there? White, right? So I'm just telling you what like
Hey,
I'm not
hey,
there
Chad,
yet either.
we got a long message from Val. I don't know if we missed anything.
No, it's good. He's just talking shit. Talking shit. It's fine.
Val, yo, on chat, this is what happens. Like this is how I go.
I'm trying. Like I said, I'm struggling too, but
Because you understand. I think
I
so.
mean, kinda.
I mean, better than I do, right? And I think the main thing is you want to learn, and there's like a 0-1. You know, I understand that certain judges, according to, so my goal, pun did outline. My goal is to place in gold apprentice, and for me that becomes my.
Yeah.
I don't need to go for. Will I always enter at Nova? Of course, because organization thing. But after that, I'm gonna paint to have fun.
Yeah, I mean, Masters is a high fucking hill to climb.
I mean, not only that, it's just not. It's not. It's not fun. Like
For
watching.
you, maybe yeah. For
Yeah.
you, it's not fun. No. Um,
That's my issue.
And I will never, like, whatever level I ever get to, I will never stress terribly over it. So like if it doesn't, if it's not fun for me, I won't do it. But if it
Exactly.
stays fun for me, then yeah, I'll enter masters if I get gold next year.
You have to go to master. Can't fucking
Yeah,
journeyman no more.
I will happily go to master.
I mean, me being realistic, next year I should
Oh
get
yeah,
my pen
absolutely,
apprentice.
absolutely.
And if I don't get silver, that means I didn't perfect my own paint style because I have fun in the models that I interest.
So I see I can make brain on the arm, the other arm for a cylinder. See,
Mm-hmm.
right? That thing that I'm not sure what the hell to do with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if we take a look for the sake of teaching the class, right? If we look at what I did here, and this is rough, I can go ahead and feather out if I want to. But all I did was take the edge of, like, I flattened, this is a flat. I just took the edge of my brush like this, and I basically just cut lines. I put that mid-tone down, I cut lines with the dark, and then I cut lines with the highest highlight. And I can go back and fix that up a little bit, here in a minute. But I'm going to leave that be for now so I can try to figure out this other side here, which
So I cheated on this. So I'm using this as like a glaze. So I'm using the method that I would use,
okay.
like I did on bow with the beads. And I knew where I wanted the highlights go, so everything else I'm putting the dark in, and then I'm just what you call feathering is glazing, pushing it up. And if it goes up too far, I'm going the opposite way and pulling the other paint color back down until it, which
Okay.
is the same thing that I did on those prayer beads.
Yeah, and that's, you can go back and forth real easy, perfectly acceptable.
Just gives me that nice smooth. I don't want it to be like that hard. That's what I don't like about non-metallic metal, is they make it that very hard like cut,
And with the with
and it's
the
not smooth.
with the heavy metal style,
Right.
absolutely. It is unnaturally hard lined. Um and I am not trying to encourage that, but things like, so like here, right, with the top of her little arm,
Mm-hmm.
right there, the very top of that cylinder, that is going to be
Black.
uh-uh. The edge, that edge will be like that. That highlight,
Oh yeah.
that high white.
Hey, if y'all don't know, PSK don't do edge highlights.
But that's it. Like those highest highlights don't need to be all over the place like you'll see in some of those other.
With this model, I could see myself coming back in and trying to do black line.
You can do it that way too. You can go back, you can always do it the opposite direction. If you choose to.
I like black lining.
Yeah.
I do a lot of black lining on the models, but I don't do it like Brush Fire does, where you hit a single black line. It makes that shit look awesome. I just like hit random ones that I think, because I'm random. I'm a knucklehead.
Yeah. And there's always artistic license on how this stuff, can look.
Brush Fire kill.
I mean, he's got a lot of experience under his belt. Sometimes we got to remember that some of these people have. I mean, he paints. Not only is he been doing it for a long time, he does it,
Every day.
10 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Yeah, we don't got that time. Nobody.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Right. So, and that's the thing that I got to tell people, watching stream out there, watching this in the future, whatever. Like, keep in mind, some people who are painting that are painting fucking fantastic, they do that for a living and have been doing it for a long time, hundreds and hundreds of hours. When it comes to oil painting, and there's people that get frustrated, they're like, "Oh, well, I'll watch, the wizard Wapelius. He gets this stuff done in one stream. You can paint an entire bust beautifully in one stream, and I can't do that." And it's like, well, he's got thousands and thousands of hours under his belt. You know, like don't compare yourself to people who have that kind of time under their belt. You can't expect yourself to do that. You can't expect yourself to be that good that quick. You just can't.
And I mean, it was cool when Brush was here in the studio and he got to see my stuff in person. He was like, your pictures do no justice. I remember telling you that. Now I get to see it in. It's a whole different model.
Yeah, it is, and and thing too. People on remember, people on Instagram are using filters on their people pro painters. A lot of those pro painters have digitally manipulated photos. Now there's some amazing painters out there that paint amazing stuff that looks fucking great in person. However, a lot of times when they hit Instagram, that shit is manipulated. So don't hate yourself too much about that stuff. TC Gentry, how you doing?
TC Gentry, what the? Hey, can I get an exclamation point TC? Let's get an exclamation point TC. What's going on, bro? Icklehoof, I'm giving you shit, PSK. The painting is secondary to the things this community. Facts. You know me. I don't take nothing. TC Gentry, thank you for that. Appreciate that, Icklehoof. Yeah. TC Gentry. Y'all don't know. This picture behind me on this huge banner. I guess I've been blocking it all night.
Maybe so, yeah.
Anyway, if I go here, go this way. So this need to go.
Oh, we've had you reverse this whole time.
No.
We weren't paying attention. Change it late in the game here. Where's transform? Flip. There you go.
Hey, there we go.
Now the world makes sense.
TC, there you go, TC. Yo, TC Gentry did this artwork that's on this banner, chapter 2. He created 3 of the 5 chapters in the basic book, for the poetry book, and he is currently under contract. If we are funded, he will be doing the chapter 6 artwork for the Founders Edition book. So TC Gentry is one phenomenally skilled artist. Hot damn.
Hot damn.
I got it right. TC, you be right there. All the time.
Great work.
Okay. Back to, I'm sorry. Listen, I told you I derailed. This is why I'm a bad student.
No. Your Kickstarter is a big deal, so I ain't gonna even.
It is, but we gotta. This is important too, because I want to make sure that you get. That's like Icklehoof said, right? This is about the community, and I really enjoy being able to do this. Pretty soon, we're not gonna have this.
Pretty soon. Yeah.
Pretty soon. I mean, it's corner, bro. We can't like lie to ourselves. Shit is lit.
All right, so I'm still fiddling with this shoulder. So pretty much the rest of this, I think, is us fiddling around with the true metallic
texture.
metal.
I'm almost done.
So if you're happy with the shoulder,
I added the whites too, so that's why
okay.
I want to show you that before.
If you are happy with the shoulder,
just this one,
then work on the other one, and then if you're still good while we're fiddling around, work on the chest, work on the top.
Work on the chest.
Either. However you want to do it. I'm going to kind of go back and forth a little bit. This is, just like if you're, I think most people who are doing non-metallic metal and non-metallic metals go back and forth a lot. Now all are doing all right. We're getting through it. I think it's been a successful stream, more or less. We're gonna push this to YouTube and stuff eventually. Once we get kind of some stuff fixed, edited, some posts. I wasn't not really sure exactly what we're gonna do there with that, but figure it out.
We'll get it to where at least our community exclamation point socials. Make sure you're on the Discord because that's where we're gonna post where you can get. This will be something for the community because the future is Punexpected gets classes, students. Do some of the classes with students, whether he's at a convention or if he does them online. So
Yeah, that's kind of the plan. The plan is to make this, like I said, this is kind of a demo reel for the class that I hope to be able to do in the future. Hopefully, I'll be able to pull this off for Nova next year, in the DC metro area, and then maybe in the far future when Adepticon's got more space for people.
or they're not just worried about who's gonna bring it.
I mean, it's the nature of the con. It is what it is, right? And I guess I get it. I'm not a
I
I'm
think
not
that should
I'm not a commission painter. I'm not let me finish my thought. I'm not a commission painter. I'm not a highly sought after painter. So I understand that they're like, oh, class that no one has ever really done before outside of Wapelius that we have no idea if people are going to even look at.
PC Gentry, thank you for that. I enjoyed my Veterans Day.
So you got the right idea there. Get at least one more level in a line somewhere.
Where?
So on the right here,
I haven't even started on the right.
Okay, all right.
I just finished the left side.
Gotcha. I just saw that there. I thought you said you were working on the right.
Just finishing the left.
My brain says that the lighter color should be pulled down a little bit more towards the outside.
Okay.
The back I like. I'd say out more than anything, pull that highlight a little bit further down towards the center, and then bring it up one more level somewhere, at least along the clavicle, because you see how the clavicle extends out. At least there, get a higher highlight. Nope, that's today.
What do you say? I thought Veterans Day was Monday. No, today we just off Monday. We take 4 days off. Except for I got class. I have transition. Get off. Fortunate. So good.
And like I said, I'm kind of just fiddling around at this point. So
I think this is where your class would end.
yeah, I wouldn't even be painting anymore.
No, you just be walking around like giving people ideas of how they can go about it. I think you're doing like hard lines on your. Yeah.
For the moment, yeah, and then I'm gonna kind of try to feather because I'm trying to like establish the shape. And but no, I would pretty much what I would have done, I think for the actual class, this thing I did on the right side, I would do that. That was quick. That was 5 minutes, right? And be like, okay, try that, and then move on to the other shoulder. I'm gonna keep walking.
Yeah, do the harder shoulder on your own, and I'll walk around.
Yeah,
because see how you have the hard black lines or the thick darker line around it.
Yeah,
I mean I might do that, but like I said, I don't. I like doing black line. I could see myself taking the time.
Yeah, and
that's only because of that fucking bow model.
Right. But it really, yeah. Think of the class, knock out this right arm, and be like, see how you can do those blends super quick for Mel's. Bam, done. Do that, and then try to work on the complex shape of the left shoulder.
Yep.
Which is a complex shape. I'm not really sure how to fit the mess with it. I'm gonna figure that out hopefully before I have the class. But
I mean, I'm just the way you're doing it. There's nothing wrong with the way you're doing it to where you're boxing it out too.
Yeah.
Like that could just be your way of doing it. Everybody has to come up with a way. And when you do your test model or the bigger version, like I can get you a bigger one printed,
Yeah,
easy.
but I'm not. We'll come to that later.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not something that you paint right.
No.
You have almost have a year, a little under a year. So speaking of that, you all will start seeing me pull out some other models to start painting. So the Tenjin that you currently see me doing, that is a Nova competition model. There is another Tenjin coming that is the size of a Warhammer model, custom manufactured by GameWorks Create. If I can get an exclamation point GWC. So he took the time to custom size this model down to the same size as Bo Jr.
So it's 30 mil scale, roughly.
Roughly,
All
yep.
right.
And that's the next Tenjin. So I'll be painting 2 Tenjins at once. One's going to be considerably smaller than the one, but both of them will be entered in. So though it is a commission model, it's also going to be a competition model. I will be painting another model to replace that model until he gets it out. So he'll have at least replaced that.
That's something I gotta ask Blades if I really feel proud of the model I'll be doing. My first commission for Blades, who may be in chat still. Once the model shows up, I'll start working on it. And if I like it, I may have to get it back for him so I can submit it to Nova. But we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it. I like them. The model is gorgeous.
I would ask them, how can I deliver to you after? And then that way, paint it, get it done.
That's a long way away. I mean, I can ask that question. That's a long.
Yeah, I mean that's what I did, and they were like, "You're gonna paint this model for me to this." Like that's the level, right? So then you already gave them the price, but now you're going to paint it to the extent level that where you want to enter it in Nova. So
Yeah,
they're getting a little bit more than what they paid for, by allowing you to take it to a competition. So now you're going to put in that extra 100 hours or whatever.
well,
You know?
I don't know if I'm doing that.
I mean, I know you want to get your gold or your silver this year.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately that takes you.
I mean, I don't know about an extra 100 hours, but extra time. I just say extra.
I mean, you're going to spend 100. I mean, I said it wrong. You will spend 100 hours on it. Easy. What Icklehoof say? Oh, Traymo Icklehoof are blowing up. Oh shit. I thought nope. You feel bad? How do you think I feel? 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month.
Unicorn Con.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a super interesting bust. You know, but when I spoke with Blades, you know, said I don't normally do commissions, but super supporter of the channel, said that I can paint whatever I want. Let me look up a couple of companies that I really like. Oh, new model. That's what I want. Okay.
I don't know. I think about it. I'm gonna have to step away from it from now, but
All right.
I get I'm seeing, and you know what's helping me visualize that is the fucking Tenjin where I painted all that black and white nonstop for 5 days.
Yeah. Now let me see if it'll pick up on camera, because there's something in here that's actually really good, but I don't know if it's because of the reflection of the paint or if this is in the paint.
I know,
right? Well, but here's the thing. Look in the camera. Let me point with a brush that doesn't have paint. You see right, like right here in the camera. You see how there's that brown. No, that's great. It got there because you were feathering from the skin. There was probably brown in your brush. Now, even looking at it at a weird angle, there's I think that might be more of a trickle of light, but there is some brown in there. But what you're seeing right here actually is more of a trick of the light. Here's the thing. If you want to freaking kill this, take whatever small shitty brush you got. Treat it like you're dry brushing your grayscale shit, right?
Mhm.
Grab just a little bit of your skin tone,
Which part, the darkest or like
whatever's right here, right? Just a little bit, and you see how all of this in kind of like the indentation in the shoulder here,
Mm-hmm.
just light, that in there, and that is exactly what you want to have because when all so I like to do this kind of afterwards,
Mm-hmm.
but you can do it if you're comfortable with your non-metallic metals. You can mix in your adjacent colors into your stuff. You can see it here on the camera how it's got this his brown tone, and it looks like a little bit of brown in the metal here. That is exactly what you want to have when you have metals adjacent to other stuff. It absolutely will catch the adjacent colors.
Okay.
So that is perfect. Now
Once
some of
again,
that,
y'all, PSK just be fucking painting for fun.
so but a lot of that on like if you look at it over here, right? A lot of that is just because of the reflection
Oh, the paint, yeah.
of the paint. But use that as a guide stone. And that may actually help me remember that I can use that to kind of cheat shapes a bit. I'm gonna do that too. I'm gonna show an example too here on the screen because that's actually a really good. When I mentioned earlier in the class in the stream that like having your paint kind of mix on the model is not a big deal. Well, this is kind of the benefit of that, right? You can have those little happy accidents sometimes. There's been plenty of models that I painted where like I would do something and it was like, oh shit,
Mm-hmm.
look at that shit. That was great. I didn't do it on purpose, but it definitely works. And it's because usually it's because I'm fiddling around with color on the model and it just
All right, everybody in chat, who's out there that we can go raid? Oh, hey, is Jinxed art out?
I absolutely would call that a happy little accident. That's exactly what I would
I
call
need to
that.
see if Jinxed art is on it because I said we was gonna hold her because we're gonna do. I'm doing a collab art collab. Jinxed art.
Okay.
She does this thing to where like she takes a model and then she finds like some random container or whatever or something that she could turn into like a diorama or a base for it,
Mm-hmm.
like a sardine can or something like that opens up, and she takes that and then she turns that into a diorama on the inside, and then she puts the model inside of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I like when first time I saw her stream, she was doing. I said that was fucking awesome, and I've always wanted to do something like that. So me and her finally got back with her because I missed a bunch of her streams. Go to my normals.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and pull in some of that skin tone, just like I noticed.
What we got in chat?
Nicoloof, I appreciate that. Thank you for popping in. I really look forward to doing this on a larger scale. I've always enjoyed teaching and teach more. And a lot of this comes from, yeah, it's nice to get my name out there and people know who I am, whatnot, right? But a lot of this really comes from just me wanting to share, um, kind of share with the community because the community's given a lot to me. The community's helped me quite a lot. I found Twitch and the painting community at the right time, and it's been a massive boon to my well-being. And I think that, what we're doing with the mental health charity painters and everything like that. We want to make sure that people realize that there's this opportunity here we can kind of share. That getting together, be it here on Twitch or in person or on Discord or wherever can you can have these happy little accidents, you can have these little connections, you can have these nice relaxed little times of painting where you don't have to stress out so much about things. How did that big old blob of no, I think it's super important. Though I don't appreciate the null oil.
Where you getting no oil?
No, he says Icklehoof said he's sneaking some null oil into my.
Oh yeah, Icklehoof stay. He stayed doing that. Said something like that. But I do use no oil until it runs out. After I run out of no oil, I'm gonna use my black ink in my undercoat, my underpainting, because I'm gonna continue to do that on almost all that I can. I would be interested to see how it would work on a oil paint. I got to figure out which one of my bust I'm.
Okay.
I've got to still because both busts I entered last year were oil painting. I don't know what oil painting. Then I went back in with some
Yeah,
acrylics. Mixed.
Yeah, mixed medium.
And now I know for a fact that PSK Gorilla over there,
Mm-hmm.
that bust, the gorilla, I'm afraid to do that one. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of all the fur texture.
Yeah, but I mean, texture is
But now that I just
friendly.
did this hair,
Yeah.
like it makes it a little bit more. Could be a great.
Yeah.
The thing is I'm glad I have like all my pieces picked out, and so I can start working.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Like I got some like I would like to do. I'm not sure yet. Uh Outside of the Howling Pack diorama, the what do I have that I really want to bring out there? Howling Pack diorama, the piece that I'm paying for Blades, if I can convince them to let me keep it until Nova.
Really wish you.
I wouldn't know.
I believe that much.
I don't think so.
You killed it.
Uh,
It doesn't look like Jinx is live, and I asked them when they were coming live, but they didn't answer. We are down to our last 60 seconds of our stream.
I like that, man. That's pretty much all I want to see from you with a piece like this, right? Is just hit, like I said, that collarbone that extends out towards the end of the shoulder at a minimum.
I just did that.
Needs to be higher.
What the fuck, bro? That's like almost pure white.
Grab pure white and put it across that and tell me, look, you don't tell me that. Look at the white on the hair. Look at the white on the hair and tell me that's the same color on the shoulder. Look at that white.
No, it's not.
Right? And tell me that's on the shoulder.
It's not.
Right? So feather, do your little feather dry brushy thing, which works just fine with this.
Give me.
Oh no, because you
Oh, I know.
you asked for it.
Which one, on both shoulders or just the one? Just this one or the one at the top too?
More the one towards the front, right? Because that's where the light's hitting. Right? And then you're gonna want to just blend that out a little bit.
Now, this is the fun part. Like this right here, to where you can just like slap a piece of paint on there and then glaze it out or feather it out.
Yeah, and
whichever.
that's what I'm doing here myself. I'm kind of giving up on making the shoulder look perfectly metal right now, and I'm kind of just throwing in because I was inspired by what I saw. I'm throwing in some of the skin tone here because
happy.
that is just as important when it comes to non-metallic metals, which is generally completely forgotten in heavy metal. Is that if you're going to have metals that reflective, it better reflect actual color.
Right, like the only person I've seen do that shit is Cairo Cheese, where
Yeah.
he fucking made that bike that had like he hand painted in the reflection of what he was driving.
Yeah.
That shit, and then for him like he got beat by some other shit when he turned it in. I fucking somebody said, "Yo, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, that shit is garbage."
Yeah.
That beat you. He was like PSK, and I was like, "What the fuck I say? I say this shit garbage." He's like, "You're so extra."
Yeah.
I was like,
Nope.
"Bro, you painted a scenery on an itty bitty ass
Yep.
piece of a bike as a reflection."
Yep.
Get the fuck.
But like that's the thing that like, you know, I have trouble like imagining that ahead of time, right? But that's one of the things that I'm like always when I'm watching Vapelius, what he does, he knows from go, hey, I know for a fact that I'm putting this color right here because that's going to be reflected off this piece of metal.
Yeah, that shit I don't.
Because he just sees into the future. He's been doing it forever, right? He knows composition. So when he's painting metal, because if you ask him, hey, how do you do steel? His answer will be, well, it just depends on what's around the steel. He's not going to say, like I did, right? He's not going to junior varsity it and say, well, you get your black, you get your white, and you make a gray, a little bit of blue in there. He's going to say, no. It's going to have, on this model, brown, green, pink, black, like everything, right? Now, but he knows exactly where that's going to go, and he knows where to anticipate all of that. But for me, for a beginner class, etc., that's going to be a hard ask. We're going to go with this method here.
Oh, they own by now. Really want to wade in there.
No, they might not be streaming today, or
She told me she streams on. We may just hang out with, continue to work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, once we hit the shoulder,
in the class, yeah,
in the class, it's fiddle around time. If people get frustrated with that, they're welcome to go
on the other details.
Other details, they're welcome to come back. Like, look, I'm going to do this real quick. You know, they're welcome to come back here and just do this.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm going to grab my mid-tone. Grab my mid-tone here. That's actually too bright.
What about say?
Val says, I know he beat him down good.
What do you say about it?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Talking that shit, Val. Alright, so I'm gonna make this. We go on the back. Won't leave that alone.
Yeah, I'm just hitting this with the dark blue. That way it's there for.
Well, it's not gonna be light at all because it's
no.
You said there's no light there, so it's just gonna be the
very
darkest.
Very little light.
So like it'd be like a dry brush over it when you're done.
Whatever color you chose for the darkest shadows on the back of the arms, same color. Right? They should be the same tone. We're assuming there's no other light. Right? So it should be the same color. I did start working on the bylaws, by the way.
Okay.
I'm going to spend more time on it tomorrow.
Oh, next week I'm up.
Okay. So some of it I've been changing directly in. Some of it I've been putting comments.
Okay.
Just kind of depending on like, because a lot of it is not going to be relevant.
A lot of it isn't. The biggest part is going down to where the council member positions are.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I stopped. Because I had questions for you, but we can talk about that. I just wanted to
Yeah.
bring that up tomorrow. Awareness. I did start working. Yeah. 11.
I told you I keep track of time. Hit
Appreciate it.
stop recording.
All right. Well, so we're gonna close in words then. So, um, again, this is kind of generally what general basic techniques used for painting with oils. We didn't really get through the entire model, but that's okay. Kind of just talking through the pieces, giving you the basics. Again, kind of your groundwork, getting color all over the model, dark. Make sure that it's all everywhere. There should be no primer showing. Second step, wiping off all the high ends. You could want to leave paint in the shadows because you want to keep that nice dark color. More aggressive wiping off of the paint in the places that you want the highest highlights, especially if you have your directional lighting already primed in or painted in with acrylic beforehand. After you do all of that, start using a light touch, start bringing in your paint. Um, Try to go towards like your 3/4 highlight. Start from about that place for most parts. That way you can get pretty close to a finished product pretty quickly. So that's kind of what we did with the skin here. And, what I would do tomorrow is do some final highlights to really bring out uh, the highest points on the model and maybe reinforce a little bit of shadows in the skin tone. And then we started working on uh, demonstrations on texture. We used the hair for that. Again, we wiped off the black and the red, and then we just use a flat side of our brush to uh, pick up the texture. Very useful tool for oils. It's kind of like similar with dry brushing with acrylics when you're using a really dry brush, kind of powdering on that paint. Um, it's a lot less chalky looking with oils because it does blend out. And you can use again your under painting that you might have done to if it's a lighter color that'll show through more and make it a little easier to have those higher tinted colors on your model. And again, we just use this flat side of the brush to kind of pick out here, and then we wiped off the paint pretty hard on this part on the black so we could have these white highlights. Then we started working on the metallics. Just like with the skin, you can blend very simply for your metallics. It's more about your concept of shapes and light that'll really get you where you need to go with this point. The benefit, of course, with oils is that you can blend very, very easily. So if you know exactly where your highlights are supposed to go, your shadows are supposed to go, or your shapes, it's a matter of you just putting like a line down of your white, a line down of your dark, and blending in between those. With silver, it's a little easier because it's pretty much, silver and steel, not a whole lot of color outside of the gray tones and cool blue. When you go to like your golds and your coppers and your bronze, you're going to have a little bit more complicated work to do because there's going to be those like oranges and greens and other colors that don't just blend from other with two paints. These grays with silver was just black and white with just a little bit of ultramarine blue put in there. When you're doing those warmer metals, you do have to worry about those. And then for the final little bit of a lesson that I'll make sure to bring up, thanks to PSK's input here, is letting people know that like, hey, you can go ahead and blend in the reflective color on your metals. So we've already kind of blended in a little bit of the skin tone, excuse me, skin tone in here. What I may do in the higher highlights, I might throw in some of that pink, maybe a little bit of the green once I determine what green is going to be here. And yeah, it should work out really well for that. I do appreciate everybody hanging out for class. hopefully we will be able to do this class at conventions in the near future. We're shooting for Nova in 2023, and from there we'll see where we go. If anybody has any questions about the process, you can always ask questions to me directly. You can look at the spreadsheet and Google document that is linked underneath my Twitch channel. It has a bunch of information, a lot of it that I've talked about today in various detail. And if you ever catch me on stream, you're absolutely welcome to. So until we have another chance to sit down and paint, you got anything you'd like to say there?
Hey, yo, if you ain't copped the book, if you ain't told a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to go cop the book, I need y'all to go cop the book. Please continue to promote it. We got to get funded. I haven't looked at the site since I had to look at it last night, but I know the last time that I had to look at it so I can update stuff, we were at 44%. So 44% in less than 24 hours is freaking awesome.
That is freaking awesome.
Great start. I only need $4,000 to get funded, and that's to get the initial push of everybody's stuff out. Yeah, what I would like to do. I appreciate it. I just did the dark blue on the back for the steel back here. It's a really nice steel. I'm really liking this model. So first of all, I don't paint female models. Fun has figured out a way to make me paint female models. But I do have fun doing them in oils. I do like this one a little bit more because it's more smooth. I don't know. I just don't. It's different for me, but I will give him shit about all the models on him. Loves them, right? But no, it was great. I have fun. Another oil model. So this thing will probably be done by next Friday. I don't play around with it.
Yeah.
So it'll be done by next Friday, and it'll be a model that's done. But then I'll have to wait for it to fully dry. Let's see who's looking in chat. Make sure.
Ickelhoof wants to see the white on the collarbone.
Oh. Okay, it's done. Here, put it over in that camera.
He did it. He did it. All he's going to have to do now, though, right? So here's another little quick final tip. The value of that highlight doesn't have to be exactly, because a reflective surface is going to have a higher value. You got to make sure that you've got a higher value across that whole collarbone.
Mm-hmm.
Not as high as the value.
Not as high, but
it's got to be there.
I know.
But he did put it there.
If I did that in a heartbeat. Like, as soon as he told me what to do. So that's the reason why. I like doing oils with Punexpected, because there'll be something there that I want to do and I won't know, and he'll be like, put this there and then do what you usually do. I'll be like, bloop, and done.
Yeah. And it's and sometimes it's a matter of just literally taking your brush and just like stippling. Yeah, it could be a surprising little amount of work to get things done the way you may want.
I might like this bus so much. Shit might go.
That would be great.
I'm gonna have to tell the person that I'm painting it for. You're gonna have to wait. Send you pictures. It's for you, however,
it's for you.
You gonna wait.
All right. Well, it's been great, man. We'll go ahead and close out the recording, and then we'll hang around with chat for a little bit and get to going and clean it up for the night. Thank you all again.
Oh, that was stop stream, not recording. Oop.